I'm calling to order this meeting. This is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Tuesday, December 20th, 2022. The time is 12:57 in the afternoon. This is a regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole. It will be followed by an additional meeting of the legislative meeting of the council. This meeting is being held in the council chambers, room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. It's also being broadcast live via council channel TV 13, the council's website, and Zoom video conference broadcast platform. The council's website is www.dccouncil.gov. Because it's a regular meeting, we have several items for markup in the Committee of the Whole. There's some measures from other committees that we have to approve sort of in order for them to be on the legislative agenda. And we have the logs. I'll recognize Mr. Cash to call the roll to see if we have a quorum.
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Allen. Here. Councilmember Bonds.
Here.
Councilmember Che.
Here.
Councilmember Che.
Here. Can you not hear me?
Councilmember Che, we can't hear you. We can see you.
Councilmember
Here.
Gray. Councilmember Gray.
Here.
Councilmember Che, we can hear you well in the Zoom, so I'm going to have my staff.
Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Louis George.
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Here.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Pinto.
Present.
Councilmember Silverman.
Present.
Councilmember Robert White. Present. Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Everybody is here. There's a quorum present. Let me check. Councilmember Che, can you hear me? Nod your
I
head.
can
if
hear you.
me.
Can you hear me?
Can you nod your head if you can hear me? Okay.
I'm
All
on the Zoom. You just can't hear
right, we can't hear you in the room. That's being fixed. Councilmember Gray, can you hear me?
Yes.
And Councilmember Trayon White, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, we're having an audio problem. We cannot hear you in the chamber, so that needs to be fixed. And, but apparently you can be heard on Zoom, and your response is that you can hear me. Well, let's give this a minute to sort this out.
No, that's not good. Yes, I can.
Councilmember Che, if you can hear me, could you speak? See if we can hear you.
Yes, I'm speaking now.
Excellent.
Okay.
Councilmember Gray, would you say something?
Yes.
We can hear you. Councilmember Trayon White?
Check 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, there was some reverb there, but we could hear you. Thank you. So I want to ask Madam Secretary if we can hear her.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. All right, I think we're ready then. We have committee reports, the Secretary's report of committee filings. I'll recognize the Chair Pro Tem, Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll move the reading of the Secretary's report.
In a motion to waive the reading of the report, is there discussion? On the motion to waive the report, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? I don't see or hear any. All right, the motion passes unanimously. We have the reading of the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals. Again, I'll recognize the Chair Pro Tem, Mr. McDuffie.
And I will move to waive the reading of the Secretary's log of introductions and referrals.
In a motion to waive the reading, is there discussion? On the motion to waive the reading, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have a number of measures for markup in the committee of the whole. The first is PR 24-971, entitled the Child Fatality Review Committee Shalonda Cawthon Appointment Resolution of 2022. The purpose of this resolution is to appoint Ms. Shalonda Cawthon as a member of the Child Fatality Review Committee. Ms. Cawthon is a Ward 5 resident. She currently serves as the District of Columbia Ombudsperson for Children. She assumed that role after her appointment by this council in July of 2022. The Child Fatality Review Committee Establishment Act of 2001 requires that the council appoint a minimum of one representative from the office of the ombudsperson for children. Ms. Cawthon's appointment as head, since she is the head of that office, would satisfy that statutory requirement. The Child Fatality Review Committee was established in 2001. It operates under the oversight of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. It's composed of a minimum of 13 representatives from public agencies, along with members from federal, judicial, and private agencies, plus 8 community representatives. The complete list is in the committee report, which was circulated yesterday. This resolution was introduced by me on October 3rd, 2022. The committee did not hold a hearing on this nomination. However, it was earlier this year that the committee held a hearing before recommending to the council that Ms. Cawthon be appointed as the ombudsperson for children. So we didn't see the need for a second hearing this year. I move, without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Chairman?
Member Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank you and your staff for moving this resolution during such a busy time of year. I've been serving on the Child Fatality Review Committee for more than a year now, and we'll be voting on policy recommendations in January. Having the ombudsperson there to weigh in on those recommendations will be invaluable. And going forward, having the ombudsperson on the CFRC will be key to the office's role of bringing agencies together to keep district children safe. Thank you again, and I'm glad to see this move today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote on the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash?
Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The report and print are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director. Does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next measure is for markup is PR 24-1037. Director of the Office of Planning, Anita Cozart, confirmation resolution of 2022. Purpose of this resolution is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Ms. Anita Cozart for appointment as the Director of the Office of Planning to serve at the pleasure of the mayor. Ms. Cozart has been serving in an acting capacity and an interim capacity since November of 2018. He has replaced, will be replacing, did replace Mr. Andrew Trueblood. Ms. Cozart is currently a resident of Ward 5. She holds a Master of City and Regional Planning from the University of California at Berkeley and a Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering from the University of Pittsburgh. She's co-chair of the district government's Black Home Ownership Strike Force and a board member for Smart Growth America. The report goes into much more detail of her qualifications. She has a demonstrated commitment to service to the district. Her wealth of experience, particularly at the Office of Planning, equips her with the tools necessary to serve as the Director of the Office of Planning. Assuming that this is approved, the Committee of the Whole believes that Ms. Cozart is more than capable to serve as Director and recommends her appointment. This resolution was introduced at the request of the mayor on October 28, 2022. The Committee of the Whole held a roundtable on November 21st, 2022. And the committee has received no comments or testimony in opposition to the nominee. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Cash, would you call the roll? The vote will be on both the print and report with leave for staff.
Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print and report are approved. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item for markup is PR 24-1038. Historic Preservation Review Board, Matthew Bell, confirmation resolution of 2022. Purpose of this resolution is to confirm the reappointment of Matthew Bell as an architect member of the Historic Preservation Review Board for a term to expire July 21st, 2025. Mr. Bell is a Ward 3 resident and is a practicing architect with over 30 years of experience. Mr. Bell's work as an architect includes master plans for Upper George Avenue, the George Washington University's Foggy Bottom Campus Plan, Hill East, which is at Reservation 13, and the McMillan Reservoir site. Building projects include modernizations of Stoddard Elementary School, Dunbar and Roosevelt High Schools, and the Cleveland Park Library. Current projects include master plans and building projects for American and Catholic University. Several of these projects have involved modernization or additions to landmark buildings, historic sites, or sites located in historic districts. Mr. Bell's work has won awards from the American Institute of Architects, the U.S. Green Building Council, and the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Mr. Bell is nominated for reappointment as an architect member of the board. Mr. Bell Mr. Bell meets the qualifications for serving on the board and has demonstrated knowledge of and interest in historic preservation. Assuming this is approved, the committee recommends council approval of PR 24-1038, the confirmation of Mr. Matthew Bell for reappointment as an architect member of the Historic Preservation Review Board. This legislation was introduced on October 28th, 2022, at the request of the mayor. The committee of the whole held a roundtable on the measure on November 21st, 2022. Committees received no testimony or comments in opposition to the nomination. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? The vote will be on both the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed,
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. If there's no objection, we'll take the next two resolutions together in block. They are both to the District of Columbia State Athletics Commission. Let me see, where do I want to start? The District of Columbia State Athletics Commission is an independent agency that oversees the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. The association is an association of District of Columbia public charter and independent schools, private and parochial. The District of Columbia State Athletic Association participants share knowledge and best practices to enhance student athlete achievement through athletic programming and to provide quality life learning experiences. The purpose of PR 24-1050 is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Larry Carroll for reappointment to the District of Columbia State Athletics Commission to serve a four-year term ending November 16th, 2026. Mr. Carroll has over 25 years of health, wellness, and educational fitness experience. Throughout Mr. Carroll's career, he has designed numerous instructional fitness programs in cardio, kickboxing, wellness, nutritional counseling, and strength training to address the needs of his clients. Mr. Carroll currently works as the program manager of Larry's World of Fitness and Chaos Gym and Athletic Training Center. He also serves as a member of the District of Columbia State Athletic Commission, since he's being nominated for reappointment. Let me go to the second one. And I'll give the chronology. The purpose of PR 24-1051 is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Sarah Navarro for appointment to the District of Columbia State Athletics Commission to serve a four-year term ending November 16th, 2026. Ms. Navarro is the Senior Deputy Chief of Secondary Schools at DCPS. In this role, she leads the district's public school system to provide educational opportunities for all secondary students. She also oversees various educational programs, including school counseling, academic scheduling support, ninth grade academies, student engagement athletics, graduation, and career and college preparation. Prior to joining DCPS, Ms. Navarro was the principal of the Maya Angelou Adult Learning Center and founding board chair of the Sojourner Truth Montessori Public Charter School. In case it seems strange that an employee of DCPS would be appointed, the law requires that somebody from DCPS be appointed. Both of these resolutions were introduced at the request of the mayor on November 10th, 2022. Because of the short timeline and our desire to get the commission complete, we just did, I believe, 4 other nominations about a month ago. The committee of the whole moved forward on these nominations without a hearing. Although I'm mistaken here, we did have a hearing on a roundtable on December 8th, 2022. The committee has received no testimony or comments in opposition to these nominations, to either of these nominations. Without objection, I move the prints and reports for both of these resolutions, PR 24-1050 and PR 24-1051, with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? And I misspoke when I started to say that we didn't have a hearing. We did have a hearing or roundtable on them. The vote will be on both the prints and reports with leave for staff. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The resolutions and reports are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, are these measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Once the report and hearing records are filed.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
yes, they do.
There's no objection, and these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next item for markup is PR 24-1083, Board of Directors of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, Springworth Appointment Resolution of 2022. The purpose of this resolution is to appoint Ms. Springworth as a alternate member of the WMATA Board of Directors to complete a term to end June 30th, 2024. Ms. Worth is a Ward 4 resident. Currently, she serves as the WMATA Budget and Policy Manager for DDOT. The WMATA Board is comprised of 8 principal directors who are voting members and 8 alternate directors. Ms. Worth is being proposed as an alternate director from the district. The signatories to the compact, the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia, and the federal government are required to appoint 2 voting members and 2 non-voting members to the WMATA Board. Ms. Worth's credentials are impressive, and she has a significant public transportation expertise. Assuming this is approved by the committee is recommending the appointment of Ms. Worth to serve on the WMATA Board of Directors as an alternate member. Meets the requirements to serve on the board pursuant to the law. This resolution was introduced by me on November 23rd, 2022. And the committee did not have a hearing because we were anxious to get this before the full council quickly. I move the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Should say without objection, I move both the print and report. Is there discussion? The roll call vote will be on both the print and report with leave for staff. Mr. Cash.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes,
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Resolution and report, the print report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The final item for approval is Council Period 24 report of the Committee of the Whole. As members know, or at least committee chairs know, our rules require the committees have a report at the end of every council period. And so that's what I'm presenting. It was circulated yesterday. In a moment, I'll move for its approval. Just to note some of the highlights. There are a few highlights. In Council Period 24, the Committee of the Whole marked up 62 bills and 68 resolutions. 5 additional reports were adopted. In addition, provisions from 4 bills and 3 resolutions were included in other legislation marked up by the committee. To bring to a total of 66 bills and 71 resolutions that moved through the committee. 8 resolutions were deemed approved without markup, and 6 resolutions were withdrawn before the committee could act on them. The committee held 58 hearings, 36 roundtables, 2 joint hearings, 12 performance oversight hearings, 2 budget briefings, and 12 budget oversight hearings. Non-legislatively, the committee was active with regard to oversight hearings on important issues key to improving public education, such as truancy, student achievement. In addition, the committee held several hearings to press for improvements at what used to be known as Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs and has now been broken into the Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Just to mention a few of the more important measures that the Committee of the Whole approved, in addition to fiscal year budgets for 2 fiscal years, Bill 24-1, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2021. Bill 24-113, Medical Cannabis Amendment Act, which is for final reading today. Bill 24-301, Business and Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Amendment Act of 2022, which I refer to as the BEST Act, and which restructures our licensing permitting. In fact, I'm looking down the dais, I see Councilmember Pinto, who had authored it, to make the licensing structure a little cheaper and also easier to navigate for businesses. Bill 24-357, Protecting Consumers from Unjust Debt Collection Practices, which got very little attention, but actually substantially rewrote our debt collection law and brought it into the 20th century. Are we in 22nd century? Well, I'd like to say it's the 22nd century, even if that's not correct. Bill 24-429, Metro for DC Amendment Act of 2022, originally authored by Councilmember Allen. It's final reading today and would provide fare free bus service beginning next July. Bill 24-570, Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act, which restructures the way schools will get budgeted, not DCPS, but the individual schools, and end the annual budget crisis that schools seem to go through. Those are some of the highlights. There's a lot of statistical detail in the report. I moved the report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Discussion on the motion. I think we can do this by voice vote. The vote is on the report, Council Period 24 report of the Committee of the Whole with leave for staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The report is approved unanimously. And I don't believe I have to do the clearance because it's not going to the legislative meeting. We'll turn now to consideration of measures from other committees. There are 2 measures from the Committee on Business and Economic Development chaired by Councilmember Kenya McDuffie. The first is PR 24-1046. Director of the Office of Nightlife and Culture, Salaz Pari, Confirmation Resolution of 2022. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. This proposed resolution was introduced on November 10th, 2022 by you, Chairman Mendelson, at the request of the mayor, and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on November 15th, 2022. The committee held a public hearing on this measure on December 7th of this year and a markup on December 13th. The measure will confirm the appointment of the mayor's nominee, Salah Saspari, to the position of Director of the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture. Mr. Saspari was appointed as interim director of the Office of Nightlife and Culture on November 10th, 2022, following the resignation of his predecessor. Mr. Saspari previously served as the Director of Strategic Engagement. That's actually the Director of the Strategic Engagement Office at Metropolitan Police Department and as a Special Assistant to the Chief of Police. Award one resident, Mr. Saspari earned a Bachelor of Arts from California University of Pennsylvania and has completed postgraduate classes at Georgetown University Law Center, George Washington University, and the Naval Postgraduate School. With that, I move the measure and ask that it be placed on the agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Are there questions? Questions are in order. I have three. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next measure is PR 24-1047, Public Service Commission, Ted Trabue Jr., Confirmation Resolution of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you. This measure was introduced on November 10th, 2022 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on November 15th, 2022. And the committee held a public hearing on the measure on December 7th and a markup on December 13th, 2022. The proposed resolution would confirm the appointment of the mayor's nominee, Ted Trabue Jr., as a member of the Public Service Commission for a term to end on June 30th, 2026. Mr. Trabue has over 30 years of experience in public affairs, coordinating legislative activities and community outreach to meet the needs of his clients. Most recently, Mr. Trabue served as the managing director of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, where he led the agency's execution of its economic, environmental, and job creation goals. Prior to his tenure at DCSEU, Mr. Trabue served as a at-large council member, at-large member, and president of the DC State Board of Education. He's also previously served as executive director of the Green Builders Council of DC and regional vice president for PEPCO. Mr. Trabue earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics from Dartmouth College and a Juris Doctor from Howard University Law School. He is a Ward 4 resident. With that, I'd ask that this be moved to the agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's additional legislative meeting. The next two measures are from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, chaired by Councilmember Charles Allen. Both are before us only if we approve a waiver of Council Committee of the Whole Rule 403B. The notice requirements, since reports were not filed, I believe it's last Wednesday, but were filed on Thursday, which qualifies for this rule waiver. There's no objection. I'll ask Councilmember Allen if he wants to move the waiver for the two, that is waive them in block.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there discussion? The vote is on the waiver. All those in favor of waiving Committee of the Whole Rule 403B, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? The motion's approved. If there's no objection, we'll consider both measures, since they both are appointments to the Board of Elections. PR 24-996, District of Columbia Board of Elections, James Caleb Boggs III, Confirmation Resolution 2022, and PR 24-1056, District of Columbia Board of Elections, Karen Greenfield, confirmation resolution of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 24-996, the District of Columbia Board of Elections, James Caleb Boggs III, confirmation resolution of 2022 was introduced on October 21st, 2022 by you at the request of the mayor. Resolution would confirm the appointment of James Caleb Boggs as a member of the Board of Elections to serve the remainder of an unexpired term that would end in July 7th, 2023. Mr. Boggs is currently a partner at King & Spalding, where he's the co-lead of the firm's fintech, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and state's attorney general practices. He represents a broad range of companies, trade associations, and nonprofits before policymakers at all levels of government. He assists clients with issues relating to fintech and cryptocurrency regulation, data privacy and security, national security, and technological innovation. Prior to his time in private practice, Mr. Boggs worked as counsel to the U.S. Senate Government Affairs Committee, where he helped draft landmark legislation, including the Lobbying Disclosure Acts of 1995. He also advised the committee members on campaign and election law, as well as constitutional and government ethics matters. Mr. Boggs began his legal career as a law clerk to Vice Chancellor Karen Berger of the Delaware Chancery Court. He worked for two U.S. senators, William V. Roth Jr., as well as Joseph Biden. Mr. Boggs also previously served as the general counsel to the DC Republican Party, providing legal advice on campaign finance and election matters on a pro bono basis, a role he no longer holds. Mr. Boggs is a seasoned attorney with experience in a variety of legal, regulatory, and public policy matters. He will bring his expertise in data privacy, national security, and technological innovation, issues that are critically relevant to keeping the district's elections safe and secure. His experience on the Senate Committee on Governmental Affairs, working on campaign finance and election law, will also serve him well. He received a JD from Catholic University, an MBA from Georgetown University, and a BA from the University of Richmond, the native Washingtonian and a Ward 3 resident. Since I'm moving these in block, let me quickly read and introduce PR 24-1056, the DC Board of Elections Karen Greenfield confirmation resolution of 2022. That was introduced on November 14th, 2022 by you at the request of the mayor. That resolution would confirm the reappointment of Karen Greenfield as a member of the board for a term to end July 7th, 2025. Ms. Greenfield is an experienced professional in the field of federal, state, and local government, commercial, international contracts, and procurement. Since 2012, she has served as the Director of Contracts at Northrop Grumman, where she leads a team of more than 60 employees. She brings more than 2 decades of experience interpreting, implementing, and ensuring compliance with various government procurement and financial regulations and laws. Her experience has allowed her to hone her ability to collaborate effectively and quickly interpret and adapt to new regulations and laws. Throughout her career, she has developed a reputation for being ethical, hardworking, independent-minded, and dedicated to working with integrity. Ms. Greenfield served on the Board of Elections since the beginning of 2020, and has been there for 2 primary, 2 general, and 1 special elections, all during the pandemic, which presented unprecedented challenges for the board. Over the last 2.5 years, she has gained a strong understanding of the operations and responsibilities of the board, as well as the 2 agencies over which the board governs. She holds a BS in Management Sciences and Accounting and a JD from Duke University, and she is a Ward 4 resident. With that, Mr. Chairman, I guess move and ask that both measures be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Are there questions from members? Councilmember McDuffie?
I got a chance to see part of the chairman's press briefing yesterday, and there were a number of questions that you actually fielded about these 2 nominees to the Board of Elections, primarily raised by Dorothy Brazil and Janelle Rose Barrows about the fact that they were placed on the agenda for a vote without having had a hearing. They raised some of the issues that had come up in the most recent election on November 8th and questioned, why there wouldn't be a hearing for them to answer questions. One is a new nomination, the other is a renomination. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity just to respond to that because I think the concerns about not having a hearing on these 2 were some valid concerns.
Through the chair.
Through the chairman, too,
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. As we just voted moments ago on a nominee to the WMATA board who did not have a hearing as well. I guess we'll ask a question about these, but not that one. These, as I just said, were introduced on November 14th, 2022, which was only a couple of weeks ago. We are at the end of the year in the council period, so there is just literally not the time to be able to hold that. Mr. Boggs is filling 6 months of a unexpired term. So certainly next year, there would be the opportunity to be able to hold a hearing should he be renominated. Ms. Greenfield has had a hearing previously and has appeared before the committee numerous times in terms of that, and this is a renomination of her appointment. But we certainly would be able to hold a hearing next year should Mr. Boggs be renominated, since he only has 6 months on that term. Each of the candidates, however, did all the work that we do as the committee in advance of any hearing. I've met with each one of those, and I wouldn't be putting them forward today if I wasn't comfortable and confident that they could do the job, and the Board of Elections needs their seats filled so that they can continue to do their job as they wind down the election we just went through and then prepare already for the next one to come.
Councilmember McDuffie,
I'd ask that they be placed on non-consent.
both of them?
Yes.
Are there further questions from members?
Does that include the WMATA nominee, or is that just these?
Just the two that I asked about.
Okay.
I heard no other questions. Madam General Counsel, are these two measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes,
Madam Budget Director, do the measures fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes, they do.
These measures will be placed on the non-consent agenda. Means they'll be taken off of consent for today's legislative meeting. That's going to conclude the business for today's committee of the whole meeting. The agenda states that the next, it says the next legislative meeting will be Tuesday, January 3rd. Of course, we have the additional legislative meeting today. We will probably take 5 minutes, Madam Secretary or Mr. Assistant Secretary, and then set up for the legislative meeting.
yes, please. Can we get 5 minutes to allow cable TV to swap out what they need for the broadcast, please?
All right, we will try to reconvene at 1:45. It's 1:39 and this meeting's adjourned. Yes, we're about to start the meeting. I'm calling to order this meeting. This is an additional legislative meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council. Today is Tuesday, December 20th, 2022. The time is 2:07 in the afternoon. This is the 41st legislative meeting of Council Period 24. This meeting is being conducted in the Council Chambers, Room 500 of the Johnny Wilson Building. Although it is also what we call a hybrid meeting, there are several members who are participating virtually. And the public is able to watch this hearing either being in this meeting, either being in the chamber or being broadcast live on Council Channel 13. Also available on the Zoom video conference broadcast platform and the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. We always begin our legislative meetings with a moment of silence. And often before we have a moment of silence, I make a few remarks about something. Sometimes not always very well, something maybe we could think about a little bit. So I was reflecting, this is probably the last legislative meeting of Council Period 24. Don't worry, colleagues, I'm not planning another legislative meeting. And so just reflecting back on the last year or two, from time to time, we've talked about some of the violence that's occurred in the district and whether we're doing enough to combat that violence and something to reflect on when we have a moment of silence. But also was maybe 8 months ago, 10 months ago, when I started wearing usually my sort of yellow tie with a blue shirt, and the building is lit up in blue and yellow at night in support of the folks in Ukraine and what's going on there. We started this council period 2 years ago in the midst of the pandemic, December of 2021. Excuse me, it would be January of 2021. And the virus, the vaccine for the virus was just about to become available. We were still dealing with schools that were closed and still not completely out of the pandemic, but part of this council period. There's a lot that we've accomplished in the council period. I'm not going to go through all of that, but there's a lot to reflect on. So if we could have a moment of silence, and then I will ask the secretary to call the roll. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen,
Here?
Councilmember Bonds,
Here.
Councilmember Che, I see you, Councilmember Che.
Okay, but I hope I'm not having trouble with my,
No, I can hear you.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gray,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George,
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Here.
Chairman Mendelson,
Present.
Councilmember Nadeau,
Here.
Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Silverman,
Present.
Councilmember Robert White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We have the consent agenda before us. Members will remember that the Committee of the Whole, just a short while ago, Councilmember McDuffie asked to have 2 Board of Elections nominations placed on non-consent. My understanding now is that he's fine with it being on the consent agenda. So unless anybody else wants them on non-consent, they will be on the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? So let me be clear, everything that's on the consent agenda as printed remains on the consent agenda, including those resolutions for the Board of Elections. We have the consent agenda before us. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White,
yes,
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes, and Councilmember Gray.
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. We will turn to the non-consent agenda. I'm going to ask that if there's no objection, that we take one measure out of order that's on the non-consent agenda. And that would be on the last page, the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022 and the underlying bill, Bill 24-1144. So that we could take this up now. So that, hearing no objection, that matters before us. PR 24-1107, the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2022. The resolution was introduced at the request of the mayor and is being moved by myself together with Councilmember Bonds, The purpose of the resolution is to enable us, the declaration is to enable us to get to the underlying bill, the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. An amendment nature of a substitute was circulated by myself together with Councilmembers Robert White and Anita Bonds. And so that's what we will take up when we get to that, assuming that the declaration is approved. So I move the declaration and I'll turn to my colleague, Councilmember Bonds, if you have any remarks on the declaration.
Thank you, Chairman, and my remarks are as follows. I am happy that we are moving forward to right the situation that we all feel is an egregious situation with our housing authority. We know that the housing authority is critical to the effective running of housing for some of our most vulnerable residents, those that live on the properties. We don't, in my opinion, need to regurgitate all of that, the findings have been presented to us, but we do need to make a clear statement that this plan that is being presented today is designed to actually move the authority forward and to move it forward with the input from those who live on the properties and those that are in housing throughout the city that have benefited through the voucher program. And so I think I'll conclude with that. And there are many hopes that we are putting forth by changing the governance structure, by changing the process by which individuals will see benefits. It has to be done. We can't leave it as it is. And so that's what this proposal is about today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there further discussion on the declaration? Councilmember Robert White?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the HUD report came out a couple months ago, I think none of us were surprised with the findings. We have watched the condition of public housing deteriorate more and more more and more units come offline in the time that all of us have been on the council. And I think it is no surprise or unique conclusion that we have to do something, and we have to do something urgently. We have to reform the board. We have to reform the agency, and we have to perform oversight from the council. These are the three pillars here. These are the three legs of the stool, and we can't choose just one. We can't choose just two. We have to do all three. The reform board in this bill is a board that consists of experts, subject matter experts responsive to the issues that HUD identified in its report, and residents. In the amended bill, we have reduced the time frame from 3 years to 2 years. We've added oversight tools for the board that beyond what they even have today, oversight tools for the council beyond what we have even today, and tools to give meaningful input to the residents through the resident advisory board beyond what they even have today. The members of this board are sharp, and I believe can shine a light on issues in the agency. I think we also have to recognize that given separation of powers in the Home Rule Act, the council cannot completely control who's on this board. So we can't run the table on this. There's no way around working with the mayor. There's no way around that. But what we have done by pushing the mayor and working with the mayor, with colleagues, with the chairman, is get this bill in a position where it's not just better, it's good. This is a board that can move the agency in the right direction. And the last thing I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, there's so much going on with this agency, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds. And I think what we have to do to center ourselves is find a North Star. For me, the North Star is what is going to make public housing better. And my question is to myself, can the current board, even if I like some of the members, can the current board make public housing better? The answer is no, because if they could have, they would have done it already. The question, can this new board, can this reform board make public housing better? The answer is yes. And so is this bill perfect? Does it meet everybody's, wish list? No, it doesn't. But does this hit at the central point of making public housing better and stabilizing an agency that needs stabilizing? I think the answer is yes. So I'm in strong support of this measure. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Further on the declaration, Councilmember, is that Louis George?
Thank you, Chairman. It must be odd today for the public to tune into a debate on whether or not the troubles of DCHA merit an emergency situation. Let's be clear, troubles abound. There is no doubt that the DC Housing Authority is in bad shape. Let's also be clear that the troubles have existed for years and long predate the long list of failings the October HUD report laid out. Public housing residents supported have been speaking out for years to warn city leaders that DCHA is struggling and leaving a huge share of our public housing units vacant, neglected, in disrepair or unsafe, depriving our city of thousands of deeply affordable units that we desperately need. And this is not the first time DCHA has made front page news for struggling with federal compliance, mismanaged contracts, internal scandals, and policy decisions that have led to displacements. Yes, the HUD report gave us deeper insights into the severity of these issues, but alarm bells have been sounding for years now. Tenants of public housing, voucher holders, and landlords who work with the Housing Choice Program have all spoken out in frustration. So I guess the question is, why now? Is this an emergency moment? And why, when we've long known troubles abound, would we move an emergency without any input or buy-in from the tenants most directly impacted by, and hopefully helped by, reforms to DC Housing Authority? Even if the legislation before us was perfect, the process leading up to it has done nothing but undermine public trust. The initial bill was withheld from public and council deliberations at a hearing held less than 24 hours before its announcement. The initial bill proposed a structure that would have locked out voices of directly impacted tenants, people, and would have withheld public notices and records. And the initial bill overtly removed dissenting voices who have called to question government policies or actions they disagree with. Fixing DCHA is urgent, and yet it cannot be so urgent that we do bring tenant voices and dissenting voices into the process to guide decision making. That we don't bring tenant voices and dissenting voices into the process to guide decision making. Process matters. It matters to public trust. It matters to ultimate outcomes of improvements we are trying to get to. And that's why I'm grateful for Councilmember Silverman and Pinto, who have introduced permanent legislation but to get better at both the root and the breadth of problems we see at the agency. A permanent bill drafted with input from tenants that allows for public deliberations on the merits is the true measure of how serious we take the troubles as DCHA and the true test of how hard we will work to fix the situation and rebuild trust and integrity in our housing structures. At this time, I do not believe it is prudent or equitable to completely overhaul DCHA leadership through emergency legislation. That is, I will be voting no on the declaration today. Though, if the declaration advances, 10 more seconds,
Without objection.
I am prepared to vote for amendments that make necessary improvements to the version of the board overhaul proposed in the mayor. And I encourage my colleagues to join me in voting no on the declaration to reject the council's complicity in any action that would be perceived as retaliatory or undemocratic. And I thank you for your time. And I thank my colleagues who have worked very hard on making amendments and making this a better emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember. Further on the bill,
Councilmember Che wishes to be recognized.
Councilmember Che and then Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've gotten a number of emails suggesting that this is just an elaborate plan to remove one person from the board, maybe two, who have been critical. But despite the narrative that's being offered, I don't think that that's what this is all about at all. It's about showing forward progress to our residents and to HUD in dealing with their housing crisis. It's about forward motion, doing so with a trimmed down board of experts and representatives from housing clients themselves and representatives of housing interests. And keep in mind, this is an interim 2-year board whose main function is to come back to the council and offer suggestions for what a meaningful structure will look like going forward. The changes that have been made in the period between 2 weeks ago and now are important and meaningful, and they make the difference for me, especially in light of all that's at stake here. And so I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So colleagues, I unearthed this, packing up my office, August 16th, 1994, Washington Post story yesterday titled, DC Housing Agency Hustles to Avoid Receivership Orders. Let me read a paragraph to you that might sound familiar. Disrepair of units, rampant crime continue to erode living conditions for the 30,000 residents of our public housing developments. About 1/5 of the public housing dwellings in the district are vacant and in need of significant repairs. And what does this story say? The mayor in this story argues about forward motion, important and meaningful reforms. And here we are, 30 years later, same situation. Now, look, there has been a lot of focus about who's rung the alarm bells, whether they're in or part or not part of this reform plan. But I have to say that, we have known about the deplorable housing conditions and DCHA dysfunction for decades. For decades. The alarm has been on, at least to my mind, since 1994, but we tune it out, except when the press amplifies it. And then we do the same thing again and again. We make some quick fixes. Time and again, such as in this article, it is pointed out that a problem is having a board in the hands of the mayor. DCHA has a specific mission to house our lowest income residents, and it needs an independent board focused on that mission. This plan is designed to move the authority out of the board's hands and squarely into the mayor's. That's what time and again, we keep saying, we keep writing the same story, and it keeps saying that it's wrong to do that. So why do we keep making the same mistake again and again? Now, look, I'm grateful that HUD came, however that happened, because the alarm about DCHA needed a much higher decibel level. This is not just about property management or sound financial procurement practices. It is about providing safe, sanitary, dignified housing for people in our city who really need it. DCHA, and there's no argument that DCHA's Board of Commissioners need to have subject matter expertise. And the ANS that we'll be considering, if this declaration passes, I hope it doesn't. Mr. Chairman, can I have like one more minute?
Without objection.
So let me just point out that the ANS circulated adds reports to the council, adds listening sessions with residents, monthly board reviews of the HUD assessment. But here's the problem. That is basically what the board has to do according to HUD and according to the October emergency bill that this body unanimously voted for. And actually, let me point out, the HUD report says the board should be getting weekly reports, not just monthly reports. The amendments, are worthy in that it takes a flawed idea that we've tried again and again and again that's failed and makes it a little bit better. That's not the same as reforming this agency and doing good. So let me just put it this way. Let's not cross our fingers and hope that this is going to make the changes we need this time. Every person and organization that has been closely following DCHA says to vote no on this emergency. Every one of them. Consortium of Legal Service Providers, Attorney General's Office, many, many, many DCHA residents who are impacted every day by this agency. There is an alternative. Councilmember Pinto and I have introduced a major overhaul. And so the choice, let me just say, this is the choice. Vote yes.
Councilmember.
Just 20 more seconds, Mr.
Without
Chair.
objection.
I appreciate it. So, here is the choice. Vote yes, turn down the alarm decibel, and I guarantee you, we are going to see this story again and again and again. So I ask colleagues, my one final ask, vote no, let the alarm ringers stay on the board, let the HUD report and the council's accountability requirements actually push DCHA toward rapid corrective actions, and let the council, DCHA experts, and the public, especially DC Housing Authority residents, vet the ideas about longer lasting DCHA reform. I'll be voting no on the declaration because I just do not want to read this story again.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't like to bring up my age very often, but as I hear Councilmember Silverman talk about this news article, I can't help but be very troubled that these problems have been going on the entirety of my lifespan. The failures of the DC Housing Authority to provide decent, safe, and secure housing for many district residents are disturbing and widespread. The decade-long waiting list and worst in the country vacancy rates underscore these failures. And we know these problems have existed for many years. We continue to hear about them by our residents, folks on the waiting list, and by housing advocates. I'll never forget a conversation I had with a resident of one of our public housing facilities who shared with me the deplorable conditions of his unit, the mold, the rats, but worse, perhaps not worse to him, but depleting for me, was to hear him talk about how he believed nobody cared, that nothing would change, even if he reported it, would make any difference. And even if it did make a difference in his one case, numerous other problems would persist for him and his neighbors. The recent HUD report served not only to confirm these issues, but to provide a detailed outline of the depth and breadth of these challenges that we face in our attempts to address these failures. We need broad, long-term reforms to ensure that current residents are healthy and safe in their homes, and to expeditiously house eligible residents on our waiting list and enhance council oversight. I'm very hopeful that through a lot of these conversations, that all of us on the council and the mayor and the attorney general seem to be on the same page that change is necessary. This is a good thing. A desire to do something is a good thing. But we need to make sure that what we are doing will enable the type of change and long-term improvement that we actually need. And I'm very committed to not just voting no on this today and turning the other way. We will work on this next council period to reform the DC Housing Authority and ensure that we are enabling it to succeed. The Housing Authority needs structural reforms to improve these outcomes for habitability, for fairness and transparency in contracting and development decisions, and efficacy of operations to make more units available for our waitlist applications. Some of our colleagues feel uneasy about today's vote. There is a reason that we all feel this urge to make changes. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, trying to make improvements around the edges to make this reform on emergency is not right. It's nothing against these public servants who are willing to commit their time and their talents to this board. And I understand the concern about voting no today without another solution today. And I've heard colleagues talk about demonstrating forward motion and collaboration. We will continue to do this. We do not have to settle for a proposal that is before us today. Mr. Chairman, may I have 30 more seconds?
Without objection.
We can deliver what our residents deserve through consideration of the permanent legislation that my colleague, Councilmember Silverman, and I introduced just last week. We can and we should move on that bill with urgency at the beginning of the new council period and provide comprehensive reforms that will truly allow us to turn around our housing authority through a transparent and public process, not just to make it public for a stamp of approval, to make it better by public collaboration. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no today. A no vote says we know we can do better. A no vote says to our residents and our constituents that we're making a sustained and deliberate commitment to deliver the kinds of broad substantive reforms we need, that we will do it in a thorough, comprehensive way with the voices of all people who live in public housing and who do the work of advocating for current and eligible residents. So let's vote no today so we can say yes to comprehensive reform in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Today, I'm voting in favor of this resolution and the underlying bill contingent on the passage of the ANS. Anyone who has had conversations with me over the last several weeks knows that my decision was not an easy one. I have appreciated each of those conversations with my colleagues, constituents, and advocates. It hardly needs to be said at this point, considering it's risen to the level of national news, but the status quo with the DC Housing Authority is untenable and not acceptable. My position on the mayor's initial proposal was not favorable. Improving DCHA is not just about bricks and mortar, but about people, representation, and trust. It's also critical to bolster not only the council's oversight of the housing authority, but the balance of power between the branches of government. This emergency, as initially introduced, clearly failed to do either, and in my opinion, was poorly rolled out. Why was there no mention of intent to move this bill in the oversight hearing before the Housing Committee just days before? I believe the ANS before us today is a significant way off from that initial proposal. I think we've transformed this into a proposal that is more the council's than the mayor's. I do understand the concern and perception that this bill constitutes a tilting of power toward the mayor. However, I would counter that the somewhat unprecedented move of naming pre-approved nominees, as we do here, means the council has significantly more say in the makeup of this body than we normally do for any other appointment process, where we only get up or down decisions, usually up, on nominees in isolation. Here, we're getting to determine the body as a whole with an eye toward their specific charge. I want to thank Councilmember Robert White and his staff for doing a significant deal of the work and negotiation to get us there, as well as the chairman for incorporating input from a number of colleagues into the ANS. The new draft includes two recommendations I made to further improve oversight. One that requires a quorum of the board to appear before the council whenever requested, and a second clause holding the authority to more specific timelines in addressing the HUD report and their transparency to council and the public in doing so. I've paid close attention to the Housing Authority for my entire time on the council, including several bill introductions that I've led on and have shared oversight of, and I've had shared oversight of DCHA under my committee for the past 2 years. To that end, I'm glad that the ANS more strongly considers the voices and needs of voucher holders, as well as that of the current ICH director, ensuring that ending homelessness is retained as a part of this board's mission. With my historical perspective on this, I can say that the bill represents the tightest leash we've had on the authority to hold them to their mission of housing our low-income residents. And this also cannot be a one and done action from the council. I strongly support following this up with permanent legislation that enhances these goals even further. Council members Silverman and Pinto's bill proposes a full-scale overhaul of the DCHA section of the code, and I think that's in order. I believe the bill as amended before us today represents a proportional and timely response to the crisis at hand, not just because of the expertise and streamlining of the stabilization board, but because of the council's assertion of authority when it comes to strict reporting and oversight, resident input on the new permanent director, and the direction of the Housing Authority and Stabilization Reform Board to focus on just that, reform, rather than the rapid slide toward mismanagement and privatization of our assets that has been the MO of DCHA leadership in the past. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Further on the bill or on the declaration? I'm going to make a couple of remarks. I'm going to begin this way. Councilmember Pinto, you should not be discouraged or depressed that the problems with the board go back as long as you've been alive. Because the actual history, the correct history, is that when you were born, the agency reformed. There was a receivership appointed, so I will thank you for that. There was a receivership. It ended in 2000. The agency improved. So that's merely a correction of history. There is, as Councilmember Nadeau just noted, there is legislation that's been recently introduced, and there is value in our looking at that. But this speaks to why the emergency is necessary, and that is that there's some urgency. There is something we can do now, which is this legislation, and something that will take longer, and that is to look more comprehensively at the agency. We could choose the latter route, but then that ignores or avoids the fact that the current board is not operating well. I don't know a single member of the board. That's not correct. One member of the board told me that things are working well. Everybody else and HUD and members of the board have said that the board is not working well. And I'm not talking about the mayor's nominees. I'm talking about other nominees, including some who've been mentioned implicitly today, say that the board is not working well. So we have an agency that's troubled, that doesn't have a functioning governing board, and we can fix that today. The 13-member board, 9 of the members would be replaced. We could fix that today, or we could wait and take the months that it takes for legislation to go through. That's why the emergency is necessary. That's why the urgency is today. There was some reference by one of the speakers who spoke in opposition to this about we haven't done enough to include residents. We've doubled what the mayor proposed. In fact, at this point, because of the way the amendment nature of the substitute is written, there will be more resident participation today than with this legislation than there is today with the current law. So it's just not correct to say that residents are being left out here. There was also a suggestion that this is being rushed. Well, yes, it is emergency legislation, but the reality is what's before us today has been very much in the public debate for the last 2 weeks and has actually been discussed for longer than that. So there is a need. I guess I want to mention one other point, and that is, so there are some who say, well, the reason why the agency is so horrible is because the mayor's had control with her appointments. But as Councilmember White pointed out, that's the structure of our government. And in fact, the appointments with this emergency, if we act today, the appointments with this emergency are appointments that have been negotiated by the council. They include Ray Skinner, who was the council's appointee, and several changes to what the mayor proposed. I'll just be another 20 seconds. And there is the structure of the home rule structure of our government, which precludes complete independence, which some folks want. But there has been quite a bit of changes, and this bill, the underlying bill, reflects very much the council's input. So I urge that members vote for the declaration. Is there further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Second round, Councilmember Silverman.
Well, I guess I would just ask, Mr. Chairman, then how do we assess, or what is the assessment that this board is effective?
Let's try, how do we assess it? It's not effective. Everybody says it's.
No,
not
no, no, the
effective,
board
including-
that is being voted on in the emergency. How will the council determine whether this is an improvement or not?
What I know of some of the appointees that are being appointed as part of this legislation, what I know of some of them and what I know, knowing some of them, they are good members, and there's every reason to believe that bringing a new board into place, that the board will not have the dysfunction that has grown over the years with the current board.
Okay. Well, I'll just point out, Mr. Chairman, since for history, that you made the point that there was a receivership. Yes. And the point of this story is that there were quick fixes made to try to make improvements to the housing authority, which didn't actually do anything. And yes, the authority went into receivership. So again, I would just urge colleagues to take it's not time, it is take the approach that will truly lead to a better functioning housing authority, that will lead to properties that are in safe and sanitary condition, contracting practices that follow the law, and a housing authority that will be true to its mission of providing housing for our lowest income residents. Again, I urge colleagues to vote no and work on the bill that Councilmember Pinto and I have introduced in the new year.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will call the roll. The vote is on PR 24-1107, the DCHA Stabilization and Reform Emergency Declaration Resolution.
Councilmember Louis George.
No.
Councilmember Louis George votes no. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman.
No.
Councilmember Silverman votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, sorry. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 yeses and 4 nos.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved. We have the underlying bill before us. That's Bill 24-1144. I'm going to say so moved. And I'm going to move the amendment nature of a substitute, which actually I'm moving with Councilmembers Bonds and Robert White. I think I may speak to it, but I'm going to recognize Councilmember Robert White first, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board that we're putting in place only for 2 years at this point is one that, as I said earlier, has the expertise to move our agency forward. To concerns raised earlier, we also require a report quarterly from the board to the council. We require that same report to go from the board to the Resident Advisory Council. We require reports from the agency to the board. So we're trying to add a lot of sunlight here and even powers that don't currently exist. Beyond that, we have added meaningful improvement for residents through the Resident Advisory Board, training for those members, opportunities for those members to be heard. And we require the board to hold at least one meeting with residents in each quadrant of the city. There are many other provisions that we have worked hard to get into this bill, but the end result is really one that we can be proud of. And to my colleagues' recommendation, yes, we do have to make significant changes, permanent changes to the agency. And I would suggest that this is not instead of that, this is in addition to that. And if we do those changes inside the agency correctly, we do the changes to the board correctly, and we do the right amount of oversight, we do have the recipe for an improved public housing stock and the public housing authority. And that's where we all want to be, even if we don't all agree on the path there. So I do think, Mr. Chairman, that we are on a path to finally making meaningful improvements in public housing, but we have got to keep our foot on the gas here, and we can't let up after this vote. Thank you. I encourage members to vote in support of the AMS. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I should back up for just a second. There's several amendments that I'm aware of. What I propose is that we dispose of the amendment nature of a substitute, and then we take amendments to the bill as amended. On the ANS, Councilmember Pinto.
And then once the bill is determined to be what it is going to be after amended, will there be another vote on the final
Yes.
package? Thank you.
Yes. Further on the amendment nature of a substitute, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to very quickly take the opportunity to express appreciation to you and Councilmember White for taking some of the feedback from other members in terms of improving the legislation, which was in part how I got to a yes vote myself. In particular, the shortening of the timeframe of this board. It was originally conceived as having this temporary board in place for 3 years. It is now 2 years. The other thing that was also important for me as well is that we had a deadline by which this new board will be required to submit recommendations to the council in terms of what is the next structure for the board of directors. And the original legislation did not have a date certain, and this one does include one, which is a recommendation I had in particular. So thank you.
Thank you. Further on the amendment nature of a substitute, Councilmember
Bonds.
Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to point out that part of the newness of the ANS is that we will have input from the citywide resident advisory board and have input from the vantage of on a quarterly basis that they will actually design the agenda that the stabilization governing body will review and respond to. And so I have an amendment to this at some point, I guess, once we get the ANS through. All right. So I just want everyone to understand that this is where we're putting more emphasis on the residents themselves having input. As you know, the chair of the Citywide Resident Council is a member, actually a resident of the body, and represents what you would consider the chair of chairs committee, represents all of the properties. And to have that body have to commandeer to some degree the agenda on a quarterly basis, I think is very significant and assures us that we will have input from the residents themselves in a very broad manner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Further on the amendment nature of a substitute, and then we'll take up the resolutions. Councilmember Silverman and then Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that the amendment in the nature of a substitute is an improvement upon the mayor's proposal. I am concerned, though, that it does not do some of the or it has some troubling elements. For example, let me ask you, Mr. Chairman, about the independence of the board under the ANS. I see in the ANS in line 232 that subsection C is amended by striking the phrase direction and supervision so that the board would actually supervise and direct the authority and the executive director of the authority. And it says, instead inserts the phrase oversight. What is the purpose of that, Mr. Chairman? So is that saying that the board doesn't really have
No, it doesn't.
responsibility, like
No, it
it's
doesn't.
fiduciary responsibility anymore?
The statutes,
Or the supervision authority of the executive director, excuse me?
the statute elsewhere still vests the board with, quote, "the duty to govern all the affairs of the authority
Mhm.
and shall have all powers necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this chapter." Unquote. And the authority to appoint and remove the executive director, set the terms and conditions of employment of the executive director, establish performance standards for the executive director, and assign the executive director other duties that they deem necessary. That's DC Code Section 6-213.
Okay, so
If the board can still do all those things, and they absolutely can, even with this emergency bill in place, the board's authority is not diminished. And in fact, the language that you cited is replaced with the language oversight, which, as you know, can be very broad.
Mr. Chairman, then why are we striking that provision?
I believe the language has been here since the bill was introduced, and I think it makes it clear what the board's role is.
Help me, since this is very near and dear to my heart, Mr. Chairman, help me understand then, when the ANS is put into place, what is the board's role? My understanding of striking that clause is that it will no longer have supervisory and executive functions over the executive director. It will merely have a role of oversight.
Well, I wouldn't say merely, since the council, one of our primary functions is oversight, and by analogy, we know that that can be quite extensive. But I'll repeat what I said. The statute still says all the duty to govern all the affairs of the authority, all the powers necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of the act, to appoint and remove the executive director, to set the terms and conditions of employment of an executive director. It's quite extensive, its authority. I'll note your time if.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you bring up the example of the council. We do not have the authority to fire an executive, a agency
That's
director.
correct, but that's
That's-
oversight.
Right.
So the words oversight have a meaning similar to what we exercise. The other words, which are still in the statute, the duty to govern all the affairs, that's still in the statute. The other language in the statute to appoint and remove the executive director, that's still in the statute. Read all of all of
Okay. I guess my office's understanding is that we're repealing DC Code 6-211A, which says the powers of the authority shall be vested in the board. Are you saying that that is not correct?
I don't have that in front of me, so I can't speak to that.
I get, my concern is that we are repealing
It's
the
being pointed
powers
out to me
of
that-
the board.
It's being pointed out to me that there is identical language remaining elsewhere in the code. The duty to govern all the affairs of the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further on the amendment nature of a substitute. Councilmember Allen, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate, I might be echoing some comments that I think I've heard from some of my colleagues already. But I do want to thank the hard work that's gone in from yourself, Mr. Chair, my colleague, Robert White, my colleague, Anita Bonds, and working with the mayor's office. The reform board as introduced is not something I could support. And it's only for this ANS that I am there. And what it does is it increases the number of individuals from what was proposed. It adds resident voices. It creates more mechanisms and pathways for resident voice. I do believe it will create as well greater reporting and transparency, which I think is absolutely needed. And there will be amendments coming up shortly, all of which I support as well, that will ensure even more resident voices that'll be included, ensure the board has resources and tools it needs to do its job that we are asking it and expecting it to do. And those are amendments that I hope this council will pass, because they will also help strengthen this to the space that it needs to be. There is no shortage of work that is in front of us, of this board, of the mayor, to get this right. And I do not believe, and I will refuse to allow this legislation to be seen in any way as saying we're going to turn down the decibel level of the crisis here. I do believe, however, not taking action is just not an option. And I do believe that the efforts here, the collective efforts, are going to allow us to take that alarm and turn it into action. And we appropriately, from my colleagues, have the warnings of what happens if that doesn't happen. And I think we are all accountable to the residents of DC Housing Authority, of the tenants, to be able to say that this action and these efforts today will have to yield a result. There is no other option here, and we must be held accountable for that. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this ANS. The changes that you have made here to what had initially been proposed, I think are significant and reflective. And again, I know there'll be a few amendments coming up after this ANS, and I hope my colleagues will support that as well, because I think those will continue to strengthen the efforts that are underway here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. The Councilmember Louis George.
I want to thank my colleagues for working diligently over the past week to come up with an amendment in the nature of a substitute that I genuinely believe aims to uplift tenant voices, has the potential to improve DCHA board operations, and tempers the perception of retaliation from the emergency bill we initially received from the executive. I want to thank Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Robert White, and Councilmember Bonds for your work here. Taken together, I think the ANS and the amendments from Councilmember Trayon White and Anita Bonds that are coming do move us in a better, more accountable, more collaborative, more tenant-centered direction. And I'm grateful that the council is leading the way here. I will be voting yes on these amendments to ensure that the final bill passed today is one that I can have more confidence will yield better outcomes for DCHA's daily operations and will better serve our tenants living in public housing stock. But I still do believe the full democratic process or larger context of how we got here still remains an issue. I do not, and I want to I think the council has really stepped up in a very real way to make improvements here. And so I look forward to the amendments from my colleagues today that will make this a better positioned bill that will be passed today. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is no further discussion on the amendment nature of a substitute, after assuming we approve the amendment nature of a substitute, then there will be amendments that we'll take up. So the vote is on the amendment nature of a substitute. We can do this by a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment nature of a substitute, say aye.
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 Please record me as voting no.
Please record me as voting no.
Madam Secretary, did you hear that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so the amendment nature of a substitute is approved with members being recorded as voting no. We now have, I'm aware of 3 amendments. Just the order in which I have them written down. Councilmember Allen, you have an amendment?
I do. Do you want me to go first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been circulated previously. This amendment is aimed at trying to ensure that as we look at the individuals that are serving on this board, that they have more resources and tools available to do the job that is expected of them. Currently, there is one administrative staff position that is able to send out meeting minutes and attachments. Many of us have served on boards. Many of us currently serve on boards. And to do so effectively, we know that it takes time and resources. Fortunately for all of us, we have the privilege of an entire staff that help us get our job done. In highly successful boards, we also see professional staff that are available to help make sure that members are able to understand what's in front of them, be able to ask certain questions, be able to do different research. So the intent behind this amendment, and I've spoken with the DC Housing Authority Director about this, is that we are able to have, at a minimum, 2 staff members that are available to the board members to help provide legal and policy research, to be resources to our board members, to help them in effect be what we want and need them to be. Many of our board members they have other full-time jobs, they have families, they have other commitments. And so making sure that all of our members have the tools necessary to be able to get the job done, I think goes a long way to ensuring that as we look at this reform and this governing board, they have more resources available to do that. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the goal and the intent. I have been told by the DC Housing Authority Director that they will be able to make the positions available. Within the language, we also speak to ensuring that while they are certainly part of DCH staff, it's very clear that they are able to work with board members, answer questions in a way that is confidential, so they can be trusted members to be able to get that work done. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll move the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Is there discussion on the amendment? If I don't hear any discussion, I'll ask if there's any objection to the amendment. If I don't hear any objection, I'll consider that it's accepted without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Silverman.
Councilmember Allen, I appreciate your amendment and I agree with you that the board needs to be professionalized and have as many resources as possible to make the right decisions. I'm concerned, though, that these staff members might be treated similarly to what we have been reading about with the internal auditor. So how will we make sure that these staff members do not have any interference from the executive director in terms of access to meetings and information?
I think it's a great question, and I will probably say that there is no foolproof way to do everything, but I can say what the intent is and then what I would expect our role as from an oversight perspective. We try within the amendment to very clearly line out, while certainly they are DCHA employees, I think to be able to have the type of confidence for board members to be able to reach out to these individuals as the resources we want them to be, that they have an ability to be confidential to that member. I think that we will have to exercise our oversight in these quarterly reports and in hearings to make sure that it is in effect working that way. I know one of the commissioners, for example, who will remain on here is a Ward 6 ANC commissioner and elected housing representative. And that's somebody I reach out to frequently to get their advice about what are they hearing and experiencing on the board. So I think the question is absolutely grounded in the right place. I think part of our responsibility will be to make sure that we're doing our oversight to make sure that it's affected the way in which it's intended.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I just want to put it on the record. I am going to be supportive of your amendment, but I just want to, given the issues we've been reading about at the authority, I just want to make it clear that these staff members are for the board. And I would be concerned if there is interference to prevent them from accessing information or documents and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So again, if I don't hear any objection, then the amendment will be accepted without objection. The amendment is accepted. Councilmember Bonds, you circulated an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And this amendment goes to, section 11B C3, which is page 8, line 187, 188. And it's designed to strike "of concerns," that phrase, and to actually expand on it and say "of concerns and response to the concerns of the citywide resident advisory board in writing no later than 45 days following the quarterly meeting." And it's really designed to make sure that the citywide resident advisory committee has documentation that they can distribute to their members.
Is there discussion by members? If there's no discussion and I don't hear any objection, this will be accepted. I don't hear any objections, so this is accepted. The third amendment is by Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, Chairman. First, I want to thank everyone who's been working on this very diligently, from executive to the council members to the advocates, because I think that we all can agree that DC Housing Authority needs something different to happen in structure and in practice, not just the board, but in the operation the day to day. I have received countless calls, emails, on social media, and just spoke to residents about visiting DC Housing Authority properties about just the dilapidated environments our residents are forced to live in. In fact, I did a sleep in Potomac Gardens, and another property a few months ago, just trying to empathize on what residents are seeing and experiencing every day. And it's scary and it's illegal. I'm for progress and for restructuring. However, I've been unable to hear how this restructuring board will actually have operation in place to actually fix some of the problems. One of this proposal today is to amend the emergency legislation to preserve the tenure of current members who have been elected. And I know, there's some discrepancies between members and personalities, but at the end of the day, these members are elected. And I think they should finish out their tenure, because, in any democratic process, we just can't simply remove, well, we can, because that's what's happening today, but it's not democratic to remove people because of our differences. And my hope is that we're able to find a happy medium with the new members and current members to move our housing authority along, because right now we are in a critical state where we are forced to do something. This waiting list for these housing authority has been closed off for over a decade, I guess. I have heard more about personality differences, which may be valid, and less about what we can do to push the DC Housing Authority to make communities cleaner, safer, and more livable. And so it's my hope that this process establishes a new board and can be streamlined without disrupting the operation of currently appointed commissioners who have competently executed their duties on DC Housing Authority as far as oversight. I cannot support the legislation as it is, because I feel like we should be taking a community, housing authority is based off funding going towards some of the most poorest residents in the District of Columbia. They don't feel like they have a voice, and the amount of concern and conversation advocacy I've heard, not just from the board members or advocates, but from residents overall beyond the board, they feel like we as a government aren't doing enough to address their needs. And it's my hope that we continue to have a focus on that as our central focus. So I hope that you all will vote in favor of this amendment. And I know I think it's 2 years left, and hopefully we can move this board forward with some continuity and some real focus and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. And I want to note this. First, if I do the math correctly, I believe it increases the board to 11. And the goal here was to have a smaller board. And this is just getting right back to the current size of the board. And the way I get at 2 is that I believe one of the resident commissioners on the board today is in the list of 9 that we're appointing. And your amendment it speaks to 3, and actually, because of the way it's drafted, would be a little contradictory, but it speaks to 3. One's on, so that would mean an increase of 2. Getting the board back up to 11. The second reason why I don't support this is that it would result in 5 members being residents or clients of the agency. Now, HUD has a requirement of 1. And what we have had in practice for the last number of years is 3. But this would result in 5, which is almost half the board. And that's way outsized. And importantly, the legislation that we have has incorporated in it many other mechanisms to give input to residents and clients. We're requiring reports, written responses to resident council concerns, a public comment section for residents at every, or at least once a month, board meetings. And there are many other provisions to give voice to the residents. So this is not necessary to give them a voice, increases the board almost back to the size that we were trying to get away from, and results in a significant proportion of the members being residents. I'll turn to my colleagues, see if they have any comments. If not, we have the amendment before us. And we'll do a voice vote on the amendment. This is the amendment by Councilmember Trayon White. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Councilmember Trayon White, did you ask for a roll call?
Yes, please.
All right, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember McDuffie,
Councilmember McDuffie stepped away from the dais.
okay. Chairman Mendelson.
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Councilmember Nadeau.
No.
Councilmember Nadeau votes no. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
No.
Councilmember Robert White votes no. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Che.
No.
Councilmember Che votes no. Councilmember Gray.
No.
Councilmember Gray votes no. Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Sorry, my microwave was going off. Councilmember Henderson votes no. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Is Councilmember McDuffie back?
I am back.
Councilmember McDuffie.
No.
Councilmember McDuffie votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 4 yeses and 9 nos.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to this bill? Any further discussion on this bill? We have the amendment nature of a substitute as, no, we have the bill, which was the amendment nature of a substitute as amended. There being no further discussion or amendments, the vote will be on the bill as amended. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman.
No.
Councilmember Silverman votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes no. Councilmember Trayon White.
I voted yes, Madam.
You know, I marked yes. I said no. Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trahan White votes no. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
yes,
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
No.
Councilmember Lewis George votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 yeses and 4 nos.
The bill as amended is approved. Give me just a moment. The bill is approved. We will go back to the regular order. I'm on page 6 of the agenda, Safe Streets for Students Amendment Act of 2022, Bill 24-66. So moved. There was an amendment that I was circulated earlier today, as in probably around 11 o'clock this morning. I moved that amendment. The amendment does, if I'm counting correctly, 5 things. Provide specific hours during which the school zone speed limit applies, because daytime, the word daytime is not precise. The amendment changes the word measurably to materially in order to clarify the desire for DDOT to determine if additional infrastructure will actually increase safety for students. It strikes the conclusion date for the Safe Streets pilot program, since the committee print changed the start date to be 18 months after the bill's applicability. It clarifies that only public schools may submit requests for crossing guards. There was concern from DDOT that private schools could read themselves into it. And the amendment strikes private, the word private, to clarify that a subsection, which I don't have in front of me, applies to public schools. So I move that amendment. It was circulated. I think what I'll do is I'll say if there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Che.
I just had a question. I thought and maybe I missed it in your explanation just now, but I thought we were saying that it says that, DDOT shall adopt standards in the master plan to require installation of the following traffic safety infrastructure as part of an action plan, unless the agency determines and explains in writing how such installation would not, based on data collected by DDOT, material increase safety instead of would not actually. Did that language get changed?
Yes, on the sheet that I circulated, it's amendment number 2.
Okay,
Changes the word measurably to materially.
no, okay, fine. Fine, thank you.
Is there further on the amendment? And if I don't hear anything, then I'm going to ask if there's no objection, it will be accepted. I'm not hearing any objection. The amendment is accepted. We have the bill as amended. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on Bill 24-66 as amended.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
yes,
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
yes,
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The bill as amended is approved final reading. The second measure is Bill 24-570, Schools First in Budgeting Amendment Act of 2022. So moved, and I move an amendment in nature of a substitute. The amendment in nature of a substitute was circulated yesterday before noon. Very quickly, it does some reorganizing. That's why it's an amendment in nature of a substitute. It creates a new section 105 and a new section 106. And it also restores some language that was of concern to folks that was in the current law regarding supplementing versus supplanting, and also at least 90% of at-risk dollars go to schools. And I think I mentioned that there are some reporting requirements that are some that were in the bill on first reading that have been moved to a new section 106, and then reinserting from current law a reporting requirement from the chancellor. I move the amendment in nature of a substitute. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At our first reading, I raised some significant concerns about the impact on the at-risk funding to this. And I want to thank you and your staff for working hard with myself, working with a lot of our school communities as well, and being willing to make changes. So thank you for doing that. The changes that are included in this A&S will go a long way, I think, to ensuring that the goals that you set out of how to create a better school budgeting process moves forward. And at the same time, we're also ensuring the type of transparency that our parents or school communities expect and want to be able to help understand how the money in their schools, how they're set to receive, why, and what they're going to be spent on. I think that this goes a long way to helping make sure that funding for students defined as at risk is going to be used to improve equitable outcomes. And the DCPS will have to ensure that at-risk funding goes to students as real supplement to the baseline needs of our schools. I think that that is just crucial to what's taking place here, and this A&S reflects that. I very much appreciate that. One, I guess, clarifying question, I just want to make sure it was on the record to address when the at-risk funding for individual students is allocated, that is the funding that's calculated as an additional weight to the per student funding formula, that will continue to be allocated to the schools based on the proportion of at-risk students at the school. That's my understanding. I just want to make sure that's correct.
We're not changing the law in that regard. And in
Right.
fact, we put back the language about the 90%.
Right. So I think that that's important just to clarify that that is still there. So I appreciate it. I again just think I want to thank the school leaders and parent leaders that had reached out to me about their concerns here. And again, Mr. Chairman, I strongly support what you've put forward here and appreciate the willingness to work to get us to this place. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there further on we have the amendment nature of a substitute before us? We'll do this by a voice vote. On the amendment nature of a substitute, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The amendment is approved unanimously. We have the bill as amended. Councilmember Allen, your comments reminded me, I didn't really say much about the merits of the bill, and I'll try to refrain from going too much into it, but members know that every March, when it's budget time, that we hear from schools that are being told that every school's being fully funded, that they're getting the same amount of money as they, I guess, requested or submitted last year. And then we find out that 30 schools were cut, 40 schools were cut, depends upon the year. You can look back historically. The auditor did a report on some elementary schools about 5 years ago and commented in the report how every year schools are cut. This bill is meant to end that by creating stability, and coupled with what we did earlier this year with the budget with the new at-risk concentration rate, we should actually start seeing that schools with high at-risk concentration of students will be getting additional resources. And that's what we need is to be getting resources to schools where they're the greatest needs and improving educational outcomes. I do want to thank my staff and also staff in the budget office for working on this legislation so that we get it right, which I believe we have done, and we will see, because there's an emergency bill later today, that we will see how this, we'll see this with the forthcoming budget on March 22nd, I believe. Doesn't really matter, in March, when we get the budget from the mayor. So we have the bill before us. I'm going to ask the secretary to call the roll on Bill 24-570.
Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved on final reading unanimously. The next measure is Bill 24-120, Emergency Rental Assistance Reform and Career Mobility Action Plan Program Establishment Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Families receiving rapid rehousing subsidies are chosen to participate in the Department of Human Services Career Map pilot program by a lottery. When they start participating in Career Map, they give up participating in the Rapid Rehousing Subsidy Program, FRSP, and start receiving a subsidy from Career Map. The current version of this legislation, however, affords families the hearing procedures that people receiving public benefits like SNAP and TANF get, not the procedures people receiving housing subsidies get. The amendment I'm moving today corrects that discrepancy, making sure families carry over their due process protections when they move from FRSP to Career Map. The amendment also clarifies that any program eligibility criteria not explicitly included in the text of the statute must be promulgated by the mayor pursuant to the mayor's rulemaking authority. Finally, the amendment requires that notice of termination from Career Map must be conveyed by mail and email to ensure the participants receive actual notice. These small technical fixes can make a big difference when families' ability to access safe, secure housing is on the line. With that, Chairman, I move the amendment and ask, have you had any cantaloupe today?
Have I had any what?
Never mind, sir, I move the amendment.
We have the amendment before us. Is there discussion? If I don't hear any discussion, I'll ask if there's any objection, and if I don't hear any objection, then the amendment will be accepted. Is there any objection to the amendment? I don't hear any objection, so the amendment is accepted. We have a second amendment, which I circulated, is also linked on the agenda. It does a couple of things. It it adds some words about or into the court registry. I'm not going to explain all of this because it was circulated, and it also addresses an eviction where an ERAP application is pending. Move the amendment. Is there discussion? I don't hear any discussion. I'll ask if there's any objection. There's no objection, then it will be accepted. The amendment is accepted. We have the bill as amended. Is there discussion? Madam Secretary,
Go ahead.
would you call the roll? The vote is on Bill 24-120 as amended.
Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The bill is approved unanimously. So apparently there's an effort by staff to get members to say either cantaloupe, mongoose, wildebeest, velours, or parcheesi. So now they've all been said, we can move on. And I need to ask the secretary a question, which I will do by text. The next bill is Bill 24-113, Medical Cannabis Amendment Act of 2022. I'm going to move the bill. It was discussed quite a bit at the last meeting, and there is an amendment in the nature of a substitute that I'm going to move at this time. The amendment contains a number of items in it, but some of them were worked out closely with Councilmember McDuffie, and so he's co-introducing it with me. And there are many parts to this and many rationales stated, so I'm not going to read all of them, but this was linked in the agenda. Discussion on the amendment in the amendment. It's not amendment nature of substitute, it's just an amendment. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure I'm tracking this the right way, we're on you and Mr. McDuffie's amendment?
Correct.
Okay. I'll start, of course, by recognizing the amendment reflects a lot of compromise, and so I appreciate both of you as the legislation's moved through the respective committees trying to work out and kind of land in a space that represents a little bit of compromise from everybody. So thank you for doing that. The one space that I will admit that I have some concerns, but perhaps can benefit from some clarity, has to do with enforcement around our unlicensed establishments. If I understand correctly, because ABRA and the ABC board are asking for the 180 days, that is what's prompting that the enforcement against unlicensed establishments can't begin until 315 days from the effective date of this, which of course, once we pass this and still go through congressional review, we're really talking about more than a year from now. I would be concerned if what this council is saying is that there can be no enforcement of any unlicensed establishment for more than a year. Now, perhaps what this is focusing on is related to enforcement around the license, but other issues that warrant enforcement can still be enforced. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask you to help outline what is intended in this with the 315 days of what is supposed to be enforced, and then should this amendment pass, which I believe it will, what things can still be enforced or should be enforced separate from that delay?
Well, there are a lot of things that can be enforced now, like a business license, a lack of a certificate of occupancy. That's not a complete list by any means, and the bill doesn't speak to that at all. Councilmember McDuffie and I spent a lot of time talking through all of this, and we actually had to talk about a shorter time period. And I got back to my office on Friday and had a letter from the board, the ABC board, which will soon be renamed. And they said that they wanted 180 days to allow the ABC board to issue rules, and that they wanted to sync that up with the application period, which is that the application period would follow. Well, that gets you to 270 days, and then because it's a 90-day application period. And then The applications require notice to ANC, so that's another 45 days, which gets you to 315 days. So that's why we have 315. Anybody who's listened to me in the past year, I'm very frustrated with how long this has taken. So if that's underlying your question, I share that concern. But the board did ask us to sync up the open application period with the issuance of the rules. They said they wanted 180 days to do that, and that's why we pushed back the time. The way the bill is written, the enforcement grace period is really focused, it's a safe harbor for those who apply. If you don't apply, you don't have a safe harbor. I hope that answers your question,
Yeah, thank you. I know we're slightly over time, so if I can just have about 30 more seconds.
if there's no objection.
So what I want to do is make sure it's clear to the public as well as just kind of a common set of expectations, because what I want to make sure that we understand the 315 days, the delayed enforcement is specific to the license status because we are creating a mechanism for a license to be applied for, a review, an ANC notice process, and that is what our delay of enforcement is around, is when the licensure. If an entity should be operating without a business license, without a certificate of occupancy, other violations, our expectation is that enforcement would take place for those violations. Is that
And
correct?
without applying. You said without one thing, without a second thing, and I'm saying, and without applying for a license. So what we're doing here is we're creating what some people have called an on-ramp for existing businesses which don't have a license to get a license.
I want the on-ramp, and I think we
Yes.
all share.
And we're
share
creating
that.
a safe harbor for that on-ramp.
But are you saying that an entity that has no license, no C of O, no business, I mean,
And
is
is
otherwise has
not- and is-
nothing,
And is not trying to get a license.
but if you apply for a license, but you still have no C of O, that there would be no enforcement for that?
C of O and business license is still enforceable.
Thank you. That's what I want to make sure is clear for the record.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think there may be more than C of O and business license, but it, kind of depends on what's going on.
Got it. That's the clarity I want to make sure both amongst us and to the public is clear about what it is we are saying appropriately creates the on-ramp and the delay of enforcement, and that's around the licensure. But
Yes.
there are other elements where enforcement action can take place.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember, I didn't mean to throw up a bunch of hands going up. Councilmember Lewis George and then Bonds. And then I think I saw Councilmember Henderson.
I want to commend my colleagues, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember McDuffie, and your staffs for taking on important and necessary revisions to this long-awaited bill. At the last meeting, I raised practicability concerns over the on-ramp for currently unlicensed cannabis businesses. A rushed or unrealistic timeline to get into compliance causes chaos, favors well-funded and well-funded and well-connected multi-state cannabis operators, and locks native Washingtonians out of this market rather than empowering entrepreneurship. I was grateful to receive ABRA's letter last week sharing similar concerns and recommending a differently structured applications period and enforcement timeline. The 180 days to set forth rules before application opens, the 90-day window to apply, and the 350-day enforcement transition period are just some of the significant improvements in this amendment sheet that I'm excited to support today. We all agree operating businesses in a gray, unregulated market is not what Initiative 71 had in mind, nor should unlicensed businesses be tolerated in any industry. We also know the promulgation of unlicensed shops has placed a severe burden on our medical dispensaries who are operating above board and very literally paying a cost for it. Leveling the playing field today helps these valued small businesses in our community serve and grow their patient base. And I'm excited this bill will allow our trusted medical cultivators and sellers to more easily expand their operations into other sectors of the cannabis industry. It will be great that our medical dispensaries could also soon sell online for delivery or open their own cultivation sites. I'm also excited today to be removing barriers to formal business operations for our many gifting stores. These are our small businesses that have a disproportionate share of Black workers and are also uniquely able to create restorative justice opportunities for Black and brown residents targeted by the so-called war on drugs. It's long past time we figured out how to bring cannabis use out of the shadows. Similarly, all customers and patients deserve to walk into the shop of their choosing that they most trust and purchase local cannabis products they trust without gimmicks. Gimmicks stigmatize the safe and medicinally beneficial reality of cannabis and perpetuate the harms of a war on drugs that has locked up, demonized, and torn apart Black families for decades. The amendment today makes clear that we are moving the district away from a flawed and divided system to an integrated and equitable one. We are setting up all cannabis businesses, both licensed and unlicensed, for success and for a thoughtful transition to a market where everyone has a meaningful opportunity to thrive by playing by the same rules. So I want to thank you again, Chairman Mendelson and Councilman McGuffey, for all your work on these monumental legislation. And I look forward to our city's implementation of these necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have two questions. One, I want to know if Clean Hands approval is a consideration for enforcement.
Well, Clean Hands, as you know, is a prerequisite to getting licenses.
Yeah, I
And
just
so
wanna
it
make
would still apply. We didn't,
Okay, I just wanted it on the record that that is still something that we have to have. Also, I'm just wondering if increasing cultivation opportunities can be considered at this time, because by removing barriers to small businesses engaged in gifting, et cetera, we want to assure that there would be safe products. I just wonder if consideration has been given to that, because we're going to have more opportunities for people to partake of the product. And because we're going to have more taking of the product, we want to make sure that the product is safe for consumption.
I absolutely agree with you. Let me be clear. The congressional rider prohibits us from regulating recreational cannabis. But that rider didn't speak to the medical cannabis.
Correct.
And medical cannabis has been regulated since roughly 2010. So these new licenses would be within the medical cannabis sphere. And the medical cannabis sphere does require quality. I've said this before, that my hope is that the rider will be lifted so that we can regulate the recreational side of cannabis use. Because right now we have, in my view, a public safety problem. And once that rider is lifted and we're able to regulate that, there still will be a need for the medical cannabis businesses for several reasons, one of which is that the product will be different. Folks who have a medical need may be looking for a different, I'll say, form of cannabis than folks who are simply interested in a recreational use. So variety will be different. And secondly, there is a greater need for quality. Maybe I shouldn't say greater need, but there will be a need for quality on the medical side. And that's important. I've had this argument with several folks that what we have seen in the unregulated sphere is that there is a shockingly high incidence of product that is not what is advertised, or product that has trace elements that can be hazardous to human health. Just as an example, and this is not cannabis, but folks will remember a couple of years ago in the news about vaping and people who are getting very, very sick. And that's the kind of thing we want to avoid. So quality is very much on my mind, and will be a result with this legislation. I'm provoking more hands. Next on-
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up on your perspective. I'm concerned because we are saying many different things in Washington, DC today. We're saying that we have recreation and we have that as one package. We're also saying we have medical use. We also indicated that if you want or need the product, you do not have to have a prescription. So you can go and you can get this product rather readily, apparently. And so I'm just wondering, in the real world, are we at a point where we recognize that the cultivation issue is tantamount to keeping our community safe? And so I'm just trying to understand. And if you were to tell me that it's a big deal and that you want to expand cultivation, my question then would be, how do we do that? Where do we put the cultivation centers, more cultivation centers? In other words, I'm just saying, we just can't have a piece of it. We have to have a package of it. So that's just a thought.
Yes, and I might have misunderstood your question. So the
Okay.
bill, not the amendment, but the bill does lift some of the restrictions on cultivation, as in there's been a cap on the number of cultivation licenses that could be issued. There've been restrictions on where they can be located, and we relax a whole slew of restrictions around that, with the idea that now that we've had experience, we're seeing that it's not such a horrible thing in communities. And second of all, that there needs to be more product. I hope that answers.
Thank
your
you.
question.
Yes, it does. And
I
I was asking if we have given thought to it. We have obviously given thought to it. So that is a version of an amendment that will probably be forthcoming into the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson and then Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Councilmember McDuffie, Allen, as well as the staff who worked diligently on this significant and complex bill. Overall, this legislation is a critical step forward in creating a regulated medical cannabis market in the district and will benefit our city and so many of our residents. I support the changes that are being proposed in this amendment and want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for being willing to work with colleagues such as myself on elements before us. Hearing concerns raised by I-71 shop owners and employees about timeline restrictions and the inability to get into compliance timely, I reached out to the ABC board to see how those can be addressed and then subsequently followed up with you. One change that is in the amendment before us that I specifically want to highlight is the change of dates from April 5th, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, in which an unlicensed business must have operations and certain documentations in place, like a business license, in order to qualify for a conditional license with the ABC board next year. I recommended this change because I believe it's important to give those businesses more time to have the opportunity to come into compliance and be a licensed part of the medical cannabis market in our city. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge that this bill and sort of the backwards nature that we're having to work here serves as a stark reminder of how the congressional budget rider continues to hamstring our autonomy and remind us of our lack of statehood more generally. There's still more time for Congress to remove the rider, and so I'll put that plug in here. But again, I want to thank the three committees for their work on this, and I look forward to supporting the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Pinto, followed by Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I want to thank you and Councilmember McDuffie and Councilmember Allen for your leadership and collaboration on this multi-year process. I'll echo my colleagues' sentiments about the frustrations that we are unable to move forward with a completely legalized adult use recreational marketplace, as would be beneficial for our city's residents, for entrepreneurship, for our tax base, for our safety concerns, as Councilmember Bonds mentioned, and is still a place we need to go. But in the meantime, I wanted to ask you, Chairman, I know you had some dialogue with Councilmember Allen about what happens in the event a business does not follow the process to transition Can you articulate how this amendment treats existing businesses seeking to transition into the medical space?
The amendment, and this has actually been the intent since the markup, is to create a safe harbor for those businesses that want to go legitimate. That's the simple way of putting it. It creates a safe harbor for those who want to apply, creates a process for them to apply to get a medical cannabis license, whether we're talking about cultivator or dispensary or manufacturer.
And can you just highlight a little bit about how that safe harbor will work in practice, both from the application perspective, but also if there are any errors in the application?
Well, the bill leaves it to the ABC board, which is being renamed, so we won't in the future be able to call it the ABC board, to promulgate rules. And the rules may address that level of detail. I can say that it's my intent that we don't want businesses to get hung up with an application process where they apply, they think they've submitted all the documents and they didn't put their zip code down and then they get thrown out, or they left something else out and they got thrown out. That's not the goal here. The goal is that the application process should be straightforward and that straightforward businesses can apply. If they make a mistake, they can fix the mistake and it all gets processed.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And we certainly hope that's the case for all of our businesses in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to thank and applaud you, Councilmember McDuffie, and all the members who worked to get this over the finish line. This bill has come a long way. What we are doing here is really giving a path to sort of full business recognition for many of our I-71 shops who, to their credit, found a loophole in the law and jumped on it, as many have in many different industries over time. But it has left them in legal limbo. And I think what we have seen in the expansion of I-71 shops is, one, how prevalent sort of use and purchase of marijuana is in our city, but it has also improved, it seems, the quality and safety of what people are purchasing from not very long ago, when most people were purchasing from whomever, wherever. By adding this regulation, we further push these shops in this industry to challenge each other. And so with respect to product safety and product quality, with a fully legitimate path to full legalization for these businesses, they are now fully in the free market and competing and pushing each other. And I think folks whose products have, as was mentioned earlier, trace elements, they're going to fall off because there's a lot of competition. So we're moving in the right way. We're giving opportunity to folks who have been in the past incarcerated for use of a substance that people are now making billions of dollars off of in this country. And so I don't want to prolong this, but I did want to add those comments to this debate. And I really appreciate how much work you all have done in the past 2 weeks on this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't see anybody else wanting to be recognized. If I look this way, I don't see anybody else wanting to be recognized. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to you and your team, and my team, and Donnie Crawford in particular, Councilmember Allen and his team. It has been a lot of work that's gone into this bill, and I appreciate where we have landed. Despite how long and extensive this bill is, I don't think everybody got what they wanted. And usually, not always, but usually that's a sign of the process playing out in a way that gets you somewhere in the middle. And in this case, I think it benefits the city. As I said at the last legislative meeting, I think it's crucial that we embed racial equity and economic equity in this bill from the very start, and that would be aligned with the realities of our actual cannabis market as it stands today. And this amendment does that. And specifically, I want to point out that it provides unlicensed establishments with a real pathway to enter the market without having to face the immediate threat of enforcement, which I know it's been highlighted by folks on the dais, and there's been some serious concerns with certain unlicensed establishments. But I hesitate to highlight that as the focus of this bill, because I think enforcement should not be the focus of this bill. In fact, I think the focus of the bill should be the pathway that it creates for people to operate legitimately in the District of Columbia. I think the focus, if anything, should also be on, as some of you all have stated, the fact that Congress has a rider that prohibits us from taxing and regulating the adult use market here in the District of Columbia, despite the overwhelming support with District of Columbia residents. And so I think there are a lot of great things that we can highlight, including the fact that it establishes a meaningful timeline, at least 315 days to ramp up the supply of cannabis before licenses are issued and enforcement starts, so that we can set new businesses up for success. All right, let's not lose sight that if we start issuing licenses and we don't ramp up production, then you will be setting up businesses for success. And so I want to thank you, Chairman, and your team for including that and working with us on that provision. It also allows existing medical cannabis businesses to become vertically integrated, and unlicensed establishments to apply for cultivation center licenses. Requires a 50% social equity set aside, also apply to cultivation centers, among other things. And I wanted to point those things out and also emphasize that the social equity definition and the set asides included in this bill will help returning citizens and their families who are interested in this industry finally become owners of licensed medical cannabis businesses in the District of Columbia. And that, in fact, is something that we should all really celebrate, given our history in this city and across the country with the antiquated drug laws and mass incarceration and the impact that it's had on communities of color across the United States and in the District of Columbia. And so if I could just another moment, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
It is, for years we've worked on this. And I've worked tirelessly with advocates to try to design a cannabis industry that centers social equity and Black and brown communities in DC who have been most harmed by our laws. And it's my hope that with all these changes to the bill as introduced, ones that I know have come after a long conversation with multiple members of this council who all added something of value, I think, to this bill, including the 3 hours we spent on a train recently, Mr. Chairman, that we thank the folks who also helped, who are not members of this council, including Generation Equity Movement, the I-71 Committee, DC Caucus for Returning Citizens, and licensed medical cannabis businesses as well. So again, I want to thank you all for your support, and thank Blaine Stump, Donnie Crawford, the chairman, and others who helped to make this bill to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. There's no further discussion. I don't think we voted on the amendment nature of a substitute yet. So the vote will be on the amendment nature of a substitute, and then we'll do the bill as amended. All those in favor of the ANS, say aye.
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 Opposed? The amendment nature of a substitute is approved unanimously. We have the bill as amended. Is there any further discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved on final reading as amended. If there's no objection, we're going to take a recess until 4:15. I had kind of hoped we'd be farther along, so I'm going to try very hard to reconvene at 4:15. We are in recess. We're gonna get started in just a minute. I'm calling back to order this legislative meeting of the Council of the District of Columbia. The time is 4:36. And we are at the next item on the agenda. Madam Secretary, do you see a need to see whether we have a quorum? I can tell you that there are 2, 4, 6, 7 or 8 members here on the dais. And I see 3 online.
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have the next bill, which is Bill 24-989, Educator Background Check Streamlining Amendment Act of 2022. This bill came out of the Committee of the Whole, approved on first reading on December 6th. I believe that there may not have been unanimous vote for it, which is why it would be on non-consent. I moved the bill. The bill is strongly supported by the education agencies in the district. And I think especially important and relevant to this is that the Director of Child and Family Services Agency testified at the public hearing in strong support of what this legislation is doing. So I move the bill. And is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Pinto.
thank you so much. And thank you for your work on this bill. I'm going to be voting no on this bill again today. I really understand the need to expedite the teacher background check process, but I don't feel comfortable with eliminating the child protection register check. I am supportive of some of the expungement pieces of this legislation to ensure that the CPR only reflects parents and guardians who have endangered children and does not unintentionally harm low-income parents and people of color. But while I'll be voting against this bill today, I do want to thank Councilmember Henderson as well for her hard work to support teachers, students, and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Further discussion on the bill? Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I also had some reserve with this legislation. And so I wanted to ask Councilman Henderson just a couple of questions to get them on the record to clear up some of those concerns through you, Chairman. Does a criminal background check for within this new legislation include arrests as well as cases where there have been charges filed or convictions?
Yes, some of that would show up in a local police search, and then other matters would show up in the FBI background search that is also required.
Okay, perfect. Does a criminal background check include a review of other jurisdictions like Maryland and Virginia?
Yes, any jurisdiction in which applicant has lived or worked would have the local police databases reviewed. And then the FBI background check would capture criminal arrests or charges nationwide.
Okay. And it's MPD that investigates allegations of child abuse in school settings. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, in
Oh.
school settings.
Okay, and so would a record of those even show up in the Child Protective Registry?
So yes, MPD would investigate allegations of sexual or physical abuse of a child by a non-guardian, but CFSA would not investigate such allegations. So they wouldn't necessarily show up in a child protective registry because those are only dealing with if a child has a relationship with the perpetrator.
Okay,
But if someone called into the CFSA hotline describing that type of incident, it would also be referred to MPD as well.
okay. And I know there's been some anxiety that eliminating the Child Protective Registry as a check leaves us vulnerable to potential future abuse. Can you just elaborate on what protections and checks are still in place to keep our children safe?
Yes, so priority here is, of course, keeping our students safe, and not just our students, but anyone who is working inside our schools. So applicants still have to pass the drug tests. They would submit to a local police record search, again, for any jurisdiction of which they've lived or worked, and then the FBI background search, FBI background search, which captures everything nationwide. Their past employers must be interviewed by a potential new employer, and then this bill also adds a requirement that LEAs check the National Sex Offender Registry in the background check process as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Further on the bill? I want to reiterate a couple of things. The Child Protective Registry, which is maintained by Child and Family Services Agency, has a name that in my view, or a label that in my view is a little misleading. The Child Protective Registry only has those incidents that CFSA has looked at. And if it rises to the level of criminal, CFSA probably hasn't looked at it, and so it wouldn't be in the Child Protective Registry. And the Child Protective Registry is limited to custodial relationships. So if there's some incident that an adult has perpetrated or alleged to perpetrate, that would not show up in the Child Protective Registry. The Child Protective Registry also includes unsubstantiated reports. It does that because that's just what the registry is the CFSA puts in the registry substantiated and unsubstantiated allegations. So its purpose is to assist CFSA in decisions regarding custodial relationships, which is very different than a relationship between a teacher and their classroom, for example. What we're interested in is captured through the police check and the criminal record check and the FBI check. What this bill does is not only fix the problem with the CPR by taking that out of the process, since it's largely irrelevant, but it adds to the background check requirements a check of the National Sex Offender Registry, which I would have thought would have been included in the bill, included in the law we adopted 4 years ago, but it wasn't. So we add the National Child Protection the National Sex Offender Registry, we add that. So I think there's been some misunderstanding around the bill, but the experts on this, which in my view includes Child and Family Services Agency, was unequivocal about this.
Thank you.
There's nothing further. The vote will be on Bill 24-989, Educator Background Check Streamlining Amendment Act. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved. Final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-466. St. Elizabeth's East Parcel 13 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022.
Can we, if you don't mind, Chairman, skip that for the moment?
If there's no objection, I'll put that off. Hearing no objection, we'll go to Bill 24-977. Let me be clear, St. Elizabeth's, I'll bring that up after fair meals delivery. Item 18. Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 1 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022, Bill 24-997. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is one of 2 on today's agenda that would allow major housing construction and other development work on the Anacostia River's west waterfront. As I mentioned at first reading, I have some serious reservations regarding our current real property surplus and disposition laws in general. I also have more minor concerns about how, if this particular bill passes and the proposed development goes forward, we'll have to pay close attention to make sure certain key government services are fully available nearby. But on balance, I believe the 2 Hill East proposals on the agenda reflect positive steps for the neighborhood, and I intend to vote yes on both because of the housing and amenities they will provide in furtherance of longstanding planning for this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there further discussion on this? Councilmember Silverman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I made similar remarks at the last legislative session. There are a number of bills that we're considering today that just reinforce a perception that I think with the passage of these bills, one can argue is a reality, that DC government gives away valuable land to real estate developers with strong ties to this building without asking enough in return. And what we need in return is affordable housing, and including deeply affordable housing that we just desperately need. This is the Hill East Phase 2, Bundle 2, Mr. Chairman, is that correct? We're on Bundle 2.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, you were asking me a question?
This is Bundle 2 that we're discussing?
Yes, bundle,
Okay.
bundle.
Or
no,
we're on
one.
Bundle 1. I'm sorry, we're on Bundle 1.
Phase 2, Bundle 1.
Okay, so there are two Hill East giveaways here. Okay, so just, I know where the votes are, but just for taxpayers to know, here's what we're doing with Hill East Phase 2 Bundle 1. So this bill involves over 5 acres of land along the Anacostia River in the prime development known as Reservation 13. 4 parcels of land will be leased for 99 years at $1 per year, and a 5th parcel will be sold for $1 more. I think most residents would love to get this kind of real estate deal. Donatelli Development and Blue Sky Development stand to profit almost $24 million from this deal, according to the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development's appraisal. And this development will be very large with 25,000 square feet of retail and over 1,000 housing units. 1/3 of the units will be affordable, but they're just meeting the statutory minimum of 30%. And Mr. Chairman, I have to say, this just isn't enough affordability to get my vote, so I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember McDuffie?
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White and I had a joint hearing on this measure. I think he mentioned that in his statement, and I mentioned it on first reading. I don't disagree with anybody who believes that we are in an affordability crisis in the District of Columbia. However, I think we have to be smart about how we address and tackle that extraordinarily important issue. We talk a lot about housing affordability and not having enough deeply affordable. Well, I agree with that. We talk about the need for additional larger family-sized units. I agree with that. And frankly, I think we agree on more things than we disagree about affordable housing in this body. But when we talk about a project has 30% affordable and it's the statutory minimum, well, we made that statute. Right? We set that standard. And we can change the law and set a higher standard, if a majority of members agree. And I think we have to acknowledge that. I wrote the law with the support of this council that required that 30% statutory minimum. We also have to understand the costs associated with constructing more affordable housing. And we have to make the commitment to put the resources for. I mean, you look at what we're doing with the Housing Production Trust Fund, and we are doing significantly more than most cities around the country. Obviously, still not enough. But I hope that we will also have, as a part of the context of the conversation that we're having, thinking about where we're doing these projects and where we want to see more affordable and where we want to see more larger family units. The idea should not be to concentrate deeply affordable housing in the same communities where we've built it for decades. All right? That model of concentrating poverty and then criminalizing it does not work for me. And in many cases, it doesn't work for the folks who we're trying to help when we're doing these projects. I appreciate the conversation that we're having today. I do encourage people to come to the hearings and make this a part of the conversation while we are hashing these things out. Because some of these projects do enjoy the support of the advisory neighborhood commissions. In this case, this one does, and multiple people across the community. And this is how we get to that point, right? There are hearings that happen, there are hearings and meetings that happen in these neighborhoods. People are providing feedback. They're working on community benefits agreements. And so I get nervous about unraveling things or making statements that might undermine a concerted effort to get us to this point. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I appreciate everybody's feedback.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White, second round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all agree, and I'm really glad we're having this conversation and this debate about the level of affordability. I think we should always try to build more deeply affordable housing than the current statute requires. And I believe it's critical for DMPED and the administration to engage with the communities that they impact. That's why I've introduced a bill that would increase the required affordability levels, create new requirements to build 3-bedroom units, and improve the process for deciding whether we even want to give out specific government parcels in the first place. So early next council period, I'm going to reintroduce the Common Ground Amendment Act, which I introduced several weeks ago, to hopefully improve our property surplus process. And I appreciate Councilmember Silverman, Louis George, Nadeau, Bonds, and Pintos for co-sponsoring the bill last month. I also know that some folks have called for additional appraisals for these property surplus decisions, and I understand that suggestion. In fact, I did just that on an earlier surplus to double check the administration's work. And we took a deep dive into the appraisal process through a council-funded appraisal, and we discussed appraisals in detail in a hearing. And I'll be the first to note that the top line numbers on some of these appraisals the administration procures are hard to parse through and are not transparent. But what I found through my review of the numbers is that it typically isn't the appraisals, they are factually accurate. It's that they are written with a lot of costs, profits, and expectations built into them, and that you have to dig into those details to understand how they work. While I don't disagree on principle with more appraisals or getting more affordability, I think more appraisals would not get to the underlying issue here. whether developers could afford more affordability in exchange for the land value, and whether the district does a good job evaluating whether we should be disposing of land at all. 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. If I thought the process worked perfectly, I wouldn't have introduced the legislation to completely overhaul it. The bill before us and the other surpluses on the agenda are here as outcomes of the process that we currently have. On balance, I think the district achieves a lot of good with these proposals in terms of housing, employment, and public amenities. And the disapproval on these may well leave these properties vacant for a long period of time. And so the questions are, if we don't do this, what do we do? When do we do it? And for everyone saying, I would love to buy a property for $1, I think we should give it to you if you can build affordable housing on it. And that's the key issue here. So I don't want to characterize these as giveaways. Do I think the process can be better? It can be better, but that's something we have to change in law, not hold people to a standard that's different than what the statute requires today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to, speak to this again, but I just think it's important that we set something straight, that this is not about rejecting mixed income or affordable housing in certain neighborhoods. It's about making sure that every deal that we are getting the best possible return on investment and prioritizing in every deal the most vulnerable and most at need residents. And those are our very lowest income families. 80% plus MFI units are not what we need to be subsidizing, period, in the climate that we're in, or at least not in the high numbers or proportions that we do it. So we're not, like when I speak on this, it means that we're using taxpayers' dollars and we're making a deal, and we need to make sure it's the best deal that we're getting. And every single one of these, and I agree with you, Councilman McDuffie, we need to show up at the hearings, and I will, because in reading and looking through these, I was really excited about the Malcolm X disposition deal, because I was like, oh, this is a good disposition, 100% affordable units, 22% of the units will be 3 bedrooms, a childcare, health, grocery store option will be constructed on the ground floor. I was like, this is a good deal. I'm prepared to vote for it. But then when I saw the Hill East bundle, I was like, okay, well, it looks like from what I'm reading, they're building 37, there'll be 37 3-bedroom units are affordable at least at less than 50% MFI earner rents. And that's 37 out of 2,100 units across the developer project. That's 1.7% of units that will be affordable families. And I just don't think that's right. And so I think, there is space for all, for this conversation and how we move forward. I just think that we all should be paying attention to these and making sure we're getting the best bang for our literal buck on behalf of district residents. And I think there's a balance there that we can absolutely draw in making these better. But I do think it's something we do have to pay better attention to. And I look forward to supporting Councilman Roberts White legislation in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on Bill 24-997. Hill East Phase 2, Bundle 1, Surplus Declaration and Disposition. Madam Secretary?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Definite yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
No.
Councilmember Lewis George votes no. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
No.
Councilmember Silverman votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White will be recorded as present. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 present.
The bill is approved final reading. Next measure is Bill 24-1033, Hill East Phase 2, Bundle 2, Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. Councilmember Robert White,
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Silverman,
So this deal, well, let me just actually address the issue. I appreciate the Ward 4 council members' remarks. The issue is not whether we should build that affordable housing here. It's whether we're getting the best deal for our dollar. And whether whether there can be a push for more affordability. I do appreciate that argument, and that is the argument with Hilly's Phase 2 Bundle 2. So this bundle is even bigger than Bundle 1. It's 6 acres of land on Reservation 13, which is on the Anacostia River, prime real estate adjacent to Capitol Hill. This bill gives all of the land to developers through a 99-year lease at $2 per year. This development includes a 150-room hotel, 60,000 square feet of retail, and 1,200 housing units, 1/3 of which will be affordable. So again, the point is not to build it here. The point is, can we build more affordability here? Can we make more? Is this land so valuable that there can be more affordability here? And this development plan is interesting because it relies on a $35 million allocation from the Housing Production Trust Fund. The developer profit will be $30 million, nearly as large as our commitment from the trust fund. And I imagine the trust fund dollars is because if we put 0 to 30% AMI, we need a subsidy for that, operational subsidy for that. But still, I think the question is, can we get more affordability out of this property, get more bang for our buck? And I think we can. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much. I'm, a couple of weeks ago, I began this discussion in our breakfast meeting to just sort of say to my colleagues, we have to be concerned about how we're handling the land that is government owned and what will be the benefits that are derived from that. But in making that statement and beginning the dialogue, which we had handsomely last couple of weeks ago, I think one of the ingredients that's missing is having the opportunity on the dais to have the financials so that we can understand that we may very well be getting the best deal that we can get without additional public subsidy. And so I hope that in the future, whether it's required or not, that we would make an effort to have that financial information available, because when we talk about, we want to make sure we're getting the most affordability that we can. Unless we are financial analysts, I don't know how we can make that determination without looking at some figures and having the opportunity to examine those figures and see if those figures make sense based on what we've done in the past and where we think we're going into the future. So I just wanted to put that on the record, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Further discussion, Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Robert White that he made earlier in terms of the need for us to turn this process overall on its head. I attended this hearing with Councilmember Robert White as well as Councilmember McDuffie. There were several public witnesses who testified and provided testimony. We also had the opportunity to sort of question DMPED in terms of how this was put together. And it came across as though the ability to make any changes in that moment or at any moment at that point in the process was almost impossible, because agreements had been made, financing was in place, and all of this is contingent in terms of us moving forward. And so I definitely hear my colleagues, Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember Silverman, in terms of, can we get more affordability out of these? And I feel like we have to change the process in order for us to be able to truly push the envelope in terms of what we're able to get out of these dispositions. That being said, at the hearing, the neighbors were in favor of this. The ANC commissioners testified in favor. Folks from the neighborhood adjacent, I would say, that is not even in that ANC, also did. St. Coletta's, which is going to be a neighbor of this project and sort of a school that serves a special population of students that will actually be basically in a construction zone for the next few years on this. And so I'm going to support this moving forward. But Councilmember White, count me among those who is open to change here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A perfect setup, Councilmember Henderson, and thank you. I just want to urge my colleagues that in the new year, there's going to be a lot going on, and this bill may sort of not be the coolest thing happening, but I think we're really seeing the importance of it. I never thought that this issue would get this much airtime, so I'm actually really excited. But I think we have a real opportunity, and I want to thank members for honing in on this. Right now, and I've struggled with this as well. I'm not holding projects to the standard I hope to have in the future. I'm holding them to the standards that are in the law now, but hoping to change that law as we go forward. So I'll be voting in favor, but hope colleagues will continue to work with us to reform this 10801 process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Let me say, Councilmember White, that I look forward to being on the other side of this dais and testifying on your bill. We need to change the process. Chairman Mendelson said it 2 weeks ago, that we need to change the appraisal process. You said that, or we need to have an independent appraisal process. We need to analyze the factors involved, as you said, Councilmember White, including profits. But, it is just, I think it's hard for the, certainly neighbors. I think there's a hotel and retail that is part of this project. And so certainly neighbors are in favor of not only the affordability, but the amenities that are coming along with it. But the question again is, this is valuable property that the district owns, and that can be leveraged for what we need. We need to be sharp negotiators at the table. So in all seriousness, Councilmember White, I look forward to testifying on a process that truly gives the district the bang for its buck and the affordability that we need for these valuable pieces of land. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on Bill 24-1033. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che?
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
No.
Councilmember Lewis George votes no. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto?
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman?
No.
Councilmember Silverman votes no. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White?
Present.
Councilmember Trahan White will be recorded as present. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 present.
The bill is approved final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-950, Local Solar Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Che.
Sorry about that. One moment, I'm trying to do 16 things at one time. We're talking about Bill 24,950?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm moving an amendment to this bill, which is the Local Solar Expansion Amendment Act of 2022. Now, when we took this up on first reading, there was an overwhelming vote in favor of it, but nevertheless, there were some questions. And I wanted to take the opportunity between first reading and second to talk to some of the folks who had issues. So I have a couple of tweaks. So this is an amendment to the bill that makes a couple of changes, minor, but I think important and beneficial. First of all, it clarifies DOEE's authority to determine how to allocate funds raised by the bill between Solar for All and the newly authorized funding that we have in the bill for utility assistance for low-income residents. And that's under the bill. But what it does do is it's going to fund both of these programs out of the Renewable Energy Development Fund, REDF. That fund was historically primarily a vehicle for Solar for All program, the Solar for All program. And the bill makes a shift to something closer to a dual purpose fund, investing in both Solar for All and low income ratepayer relief programs. And the amendment does not change anything, but it clarifies the intent that DOEE can confidently now, with the change, set up the programming based upon this modified vision of the REDF. Second, the amendment expands the scope of the triennial study of solar policies that the bill directs the People's Council, the Office of the People's Council, to commission. The amendment adds a requirement that the study look at the need for and the costs of system upgrades and programs related to the district's solar energy policies. It also adds a requirement that OPC submit to the council, in addition to the results of its study, the recommendations regarding legislative and regulatory changes to ensure that ratepayers are not unduly impacted by the district's solar energy policies. And then finally, the amendment adds an applicability date for the bill of March 1st, 2023, or the effective date of the bill, whichever is later. And this was asked for by certain, interests here because they wanted to have electricity suppliers and customers given additional certainty. It will also give affected parties time to fully understand the bill before it goes into effect. So with those changes, I would move these amendments to the bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. We have the amendment before us. Let me ask if there's discussion on the amendment. If there is not discussion, I'll ask if there is objection. If there's no objection, then the amendment will be accepted. I'm not seeing or hearing any objection. The amendment is accepted. We have the bill as amended. Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-950. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
No.
Councilmember Lewis George votes no. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
The bill is approved on final reading as amended. Bill 24-942, consent for the vaccination of minors, Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray, do you want to move the bill?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have the bill before us. Is there discussion? The vote will be on 24-942. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White,
No.
Councilmember Trahan White votes no. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-320, Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to summarize the underlying bill again, but speaking broadly, the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Amendment Act of 2022 is a package of reforms addressing police practices, promoting transparency over law enforcement agencies, and removing barriers to a more effective system of accountability for cases of police misconduct. Since the bill passed first reading, my office has incorporated feedback from a variety of stakeholders and community groups, including the American Civil Liberties Union of DC, the DC Justice Lab, as well as the Office of the Attorney General, MPD, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, as well as some of my colleagues, into an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Let me quickly go through what the ANS includes. So the ANS would amend the underlying bill to grant the executive director of the Office of Police Complaints unfettered access to any Metropolitan Police Department, DC Housing Authority Police Department, or Office of Inspector General records required by the Police Complaints Board to complete its duties. It would allow OPC to accept complaints in any format that OPC determines will provide it with sufficient information to begin an investigation. It would clarify that OPC's executive director may select a designee to serve on the Use of Force Review Board in their place. It would further expand MPD's mandatory continuing education to include instruction on the constitutional requirements for conducting searches and seizures. It would remove an applicability provision related to the restriction on negotiating discipline and collective bargaining agreements that is no longer necessary. It would require that MPD publish a schedule of adverse action hearings in cases where the proposed discipline is termination, address a potential loophole for when restrictions on policing at public assemblies applies. It would limit reporting requirements on the quantity or amount of less lethal weapons acquired by law enforcement agencies to avoid security vulnerabilities. It would provide a definition of vehicular pursuit. It would ensure reporting on school-related arrests does not reveal students' identities and better aligns with MPD's data collection practices. It would clarify that FOIA requests for law enforcement disciplinary records cannot be categorically denied. It would require that an advisory group on public disclosure of disciplinary records consider standards for determining when FOIA records should be provided at no or reduced cost because the request is in the public interest. And it would revise the applicability provision to better align with the fiscal impact statement. Taken together, these changes will help the bill achieve its goals of improving the transparency with which police operate and the accountability they face if they misuse their extraordinary powers. Before moving the ANS itself, I do need to move one set of oral amendments to the ANS to clarify one issue that was raised by the mayor in her letter to the council related to the restrictions on policing at public gatherings, including First Amendment assemblies and riots. As mentioned earlier, the ANS addresses a potential loophole for when restrictions on policing at public assemblies apply by expanding the scope of those restrictions from First Amendment assemblies and riots to, quote, other assemblies. But again, these restrictions are intended to apply to public gatherings and not, for instance, a social gathering within one's home or property. So to make the scope of these restrictions crystal clear, I'd like to amend lines 1048, 1071, and 1100 of the ANS by striking the phrase, quote, other assembly, end quote, and insert the phrase, quote, other public assembly, end quote, in its place. So if I can move that oral amendment first, Mr. Chair, and then I'd like to move the ANS after that.
What are the lines again?
Lines 1048, 1071, and 1100. And it's striking the phrase, quote, other assembly, end quote, and inserting the phrase, quote, "other public assembly," end quote. we-
Madam General Counsel, do you have that amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Right. The rule around oral amendments is that the general counsel has to be able to
Mhm.
repeat it back. Well, not necessarily, has to be able to repeat it back. Not that she has to repeat it back. Let's see, why don't we make your oral amendment part of the ANS amendment?
The oral amendment is amending the ANS. So as long.
Let me do this. Is there any objection to the
There,
oral
yep.
amendment? Guess what? The oral amendment is part of the ANS.
Thank you.
Is
So
there,
now I move the ANS.
is there discussion on the amendment nature of a substitute? Councilor Lewis George?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilmember Pinto.
thank you so much. So in reading the ANS language, I have some concerns about the changes to assemblies. And so I want to just make clear, Councilor Allen, that I have a clear sense of what this change does. In a lot of our discussions about how we're going to handle First Amendments and riots, we've had a lot of conversations about the reality on the ground, that police are often responding to emergency situations, and sometimes those situations require emergent responses and dispersals when public safety requires. And it's my understanding that under the ANS, if police want to disperse a public assembly, then they will need to request a prior authorization from a lieutenant. Is that accurate? And what is the process of requesting an authorization from a lieutenant? How long does that typically take? And does that kind of undermine the expediency of a high pressure situation?
I'll do my best to try to make sure I understand exactly what the question is. When within the language that we moved at first reading and that we had worked on, we spoke to the authorization that MPD would need. Police are already required to get that authorization for a custodial arrest. So the idea is that you want to have a lieutenant, which we have many lieutenants, to be able to have a high enough rank that gives that type of authorization. And they're able to get that from any lieutenant. So it is, we have this within many of the directives, is that you have to be able to reach a high enough ranking to be able to make that type of determination and decision.
So you use the example of arrest, that prior authorization from a lieutenant would be required. But in just to use an example, let's say there are people who have assembled, let's say it's really late at night. It's not a First Amendment assembly. They haven't received a prior permit, but it's not yet a riot. But a responding officer comes to the scene and they have made a determination, not that they're going to make any arrests, but that they think that the crowd should be dispersed. Why is that decision point of equal kind of command structure as making an arrest?
Well, if you're making the determination that that is now a public assembly, that would be different than, well, if you're giving dispersal orders, first off, you're giving a dispersal order for public space, so that obviously is more serious. But then you are reading, I'm trying to think through the hypothetical you're giving. In the hypothetical you're giving, you're saying that this group that is gathered is now formed a public assembly, correct? Did I hear your hypothetical correctly?
Well, I'm trying to use the designations as I understand them in this ANS. So it seems like there's, the three categories: the First Amendment assemblies, the public assemblies, and a riot. And so I'm talking about this middle category that doesn't neatly fall into a First Amendment assembly or a riot, but still requires sometimes some subjectivity and quick response from the responding officer.
Correct, but if you and I were standing on a sidewalk, that's not a public assembly yet. If enough people have gathered in public space, however, the determination is that I need to give a dispersal order to that group, and I'm determining it to be a public assembly, you want to have a lieutenant, you want to have somebody in the command structure who is there that can provide that authorization.
But what if somebody of a lieutenant rank is not there? That's what I'm trying to understand of, like, practically, will this,
Lieutenant doesn't have to be physically on site. You are able, we have a lot of lieutenants, and a lot of lieutenants are always on duty. So you are able to reach a lieutenant. You can call them over the radio. You can call them. But the idea is that you've got to have somebody of a command stature to be able to help make that authorization. But to your point, they do not have to be physically standing there. You can have that officer describe the situation, ask for the authorization, and then the lieutenant's able to do that. But we have a lot of lieutenants who are always on shift.
gotcha, okay, and if I could just have 30 more seconds, I just have one more question on this. I get, what problem is this solving in this ANS version that is not able to be solved through the underlying bill?
Well, that would take definitely more than 30 seconds. The conversations that we had since first reading with groups like the ACLU and the DC Justice Lab, leaders like the Office of the Attorney General, the Metropolitan Department and the Chief, the Office of Deputy Mayor for Education, I outlined each one of the distinct changes. Each one of those distinct changes comes from conversations from those different stakeholder groups, includes some of our colleagues here on the dais. It would take if you're asking to walk through the rationales behind each one that's not in the written ANS that was circulated, I guess it would take some time. If there's something more specific, I'm more than happy to try to help answer that question.
And sorry about that. I don't mean the rationale for the entirety of the ANS. I'm just talking about this one piece of designation of a public assembly and what seems to me like adding more steps in for approval to disperse a crowd. That's the piece I'm trying to understand, what additional problem that is solving.
In working with different, I'm going to do my best here, council member, in working with a variety of stakeholders, including our government partners, experience has shown us that MPD will argue that restrictions on policing at First Amendment assemblies don't apply if they determine the assembly is a riot. So when you kind of tried to talk through your three different buckets, right, earlier. So trying to outline clearly what are the expectations and then what are the authorizations per each bucket, and then which action and police powers that map with those is the underlying rationale to have each one clearly defined.
Got you. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you walking me through some of that. I guess I still am just a little bit concerned with the very different high pressure, high tense situations that are presented every day, and the layers of approvals that are sometimes included in some of these decisions, and kind of if that would present a risk in certain limited environments. But thank you.
Well, I do want to make sure it's clear so you don't leave the conversation feeling there's not this space. The bill allows MPD to take more immediate actions when there is a risk of violence. So in the hypotheticals you gave of a group of individuals that are on a sidewalk, if the decision is that's just a public assembly and I want to disperse that, there's no risk of violence, it's just a group of people, then that's why you have the standard set at having a lieutenant be able to authorize that. The law very clearly states, though, that if there's that same group of people, and then now the determination is that there is a risk of violence, MPD is able to take much more immediate actions right away, not have to wait for some type of chain of command structure when there's a risk of violence. So I don't want you to be left from this conversation feeling that when there's a risk of violence, somehow there's not action that's able to be taken.
We need to move on. Is there further, Councilmember Henderson and then Louis George?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question, Councilmember Allen, about your verbal amendment in terms of what is the difference between a First Amendment assembly and any other public assembly? I'm just curious in terms of why that distinction needed to be made.
In working with law enforcement and working with all the different stakeholders here, we want to, within the law, clearly define what a riot is, clearly define what a First Amendment assembly is, and then define what is a public assembly, other assembly, essentially. And the oral amendment is trying to get at what was raised of it. What I think is probably an extreme hypothetical, but trying to make sure that we provide crystal clarity that when we say other assembly, we couldn't somehow interpret if all of us were hanging out in your living room, that somehow could be qualified inside your home as an other assembly, but it's got to be an other public assembly. And so that's why the oral amendment adds in the word public, is to make sure it's very clear we're not talking about private space.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty extreme hypothetical, but understand we're talking about people's liberty, so we want to be very clear, and that's why the oral amendment tries to get at that crystal clarity of adding the word public to make sure us gathering in your living room could not be considered an other assembly that MPD could somehow come in to disperse.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. I will say, because I have the minute here, and that we're talking about riot, and I know that you said we have a clear definition of riot. I don't think it's actually still clear. But I understand how we got to where we are in terms of, I brought this up, I guess, when this bill came up for first reading or in the committee of the whole, I can't even remember, whenever that was. It was probably 2 weeks ago, but hard to say. Is that I believe the Criminal Code Revision Commission, as you know, made a recommendation to do a different definition. We didn't take that. And so I hope that is something that we can perhaps consider separately in a conversation in the next council period. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Louis George and then Councilmember Bonds.
My hand wasn't up to the minute. I was just moving my hand.
Okay, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. And to my colleague, I wanted to know exactly what you were saying, First Amendment assembly and what it is. So you've given us a definition of that. But there is, I see a larger issue when we talk about assemblies on sidewalks in community, where you end up with a group of 30 people or thereabouts. To the neighborhood, it looks like an assembly that could turn into more noise, taking away the opportunity to walk on the sidewalk. And so I'm just wondering, how do you see that? Is that something that leads to a first assembly right? Or is it just other until something happens and an individual who is not in the assembly tries to walk by and maybe they're pushed or shoved?
Sure.
Okay.
I will try my best here to help
Okay,
answer that. Let me know if I don't hit
Yeah,
it for you.
I get that question
All right.
every now and then.
So
from people.
DC code defines a First Amendment assembly as a demonstration, rally, parade, march, picket line, or other similar gathering conducted for the purpose of persons expressing their political, social, or religious views. So when we take a step back, a First Amendment assembly and a riot sit on two ends of the spectrum when it comes to public gatherings. First Amendment assemblies are gatherings that are going to have some type of social, literary, artistic, political value that transform them into something deserving that constitutional protection that we want to create. Riots are going to be gatherings that involve some type of public lawlessness that do not deserve that special protection. But what we want to be careful of is this category that falls somewhere in between those two gatherings, which are the public gatherings. And that's where we want to make sure there is clarity, because what we don't want to do is have a situation when MPD says, well, that was neither a First Amendment assembly, nor was it a riot. And so therefore, there are no restrictions to what their engagement can be. So so that is why the law is trying to make sure that it is very clear, based on where you are in the spectrum, that there is clarity for the public, and there's clarity for MPD about what are the restrictions, the authorizations, and then the actions that can be taken, as well as what are the rights that have to be protected for that type of gathering.
And so what you're describing is a situation, the other public gathering is the situation where the officers must check in with a lieutenant, someone at a higher level, and give that individual a description of what they're seeing or witnessing or a part of, and therefore receive back instruction as to how to handle it.
If they are going to be giving a dispersal order, so in other words, they
Yes.
are breaking up what is otherwise a group of people that are in a public assembly, we take that seriously because we want to be able to protect your rights to be able to gather in a public setting. So I don't want the rookie officer that's been on the ground for six months to be able to make that decision about dispersing a public assembly. You want to have a lieutenant who can help make sure that they've gone through more training, they've got more experience, and they can help make that authorization is the root of why that language is there.
Okay, and so when a neighbor in that community calls the police and they say, I'm fearful, I've tried to walk through and I don't think they're gonna let me through. How do we handle that?
So again, we're dealing with hypotheticals. So I'm
Yep.
gonna try to make sure I understand the hypothetical, but in that
Okay.
hypothetical, what I believe what you're describing is actually incommoding the sidewalk. So you have
Correct.
a group of people who are blocking the sidewalk.
It's 30 people though. It's a huge crowd.
Well, if there's 30 people that are incommoding a sidewalk or 10 people incommoding a sidewalk, they're incommoding a sidewalk, and that can be a crime. It would be a misdemeanor if they choose to charge that. But it is difficult to go through every hypothetical, because obviously the facts on the ground on each case by case are going to be a little bit different. But if an officer were to come up on 30 people on a sidewalk, they could absolutely, if they believe that that is a public gathering, they could then they'd need to check with a lieutenant and offer a dispersal order and then take the steps necessary before they ever got to any type of action of saying, we now are going to move towards a misdemeanor criminal charge of incommoding a sidewalk. And that's probably the way you'd want it to work out, right? Is that an officer would give, if that determination got made, would be able to give a dispersal order rather than go straight to
Yeah,
creating criminal interactions.
I just want the public to hear that and understand the constraints that we're under. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I've allowed folks to go a little bit over because the importance of the legislative record. Is there anything further on this bill? What's that? Don't look at, I won't call on you. I'm afraid to call on you. All right, we have the bill before us. I think we have the amendment nature of a substitute before us. A voice vote on the amendment nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
Please record me as voting no, Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment nature of a substitute, it's approved with Councilmember Pinto voting no. We have the bill as amended before us. And let me remind folks, there are two amendments. There's the amendment nature of a substitute, which was just approved, and then the oral amendment. to 3 lines in the bill. Is there discussion on the bill? Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Allen, and the staff of the Judiciary Committee for their diligent work on this bill over the past 2.5 years. I also want to thank the Police Reform Commission, the advocates, and all the community members who have been leading the way on structural change that will build two-way streams of trust with law enforcement. And it's only through trust that we can achieve true community safety. Public trust comes in many forms and is demonstrated in many ways. The bill before us today helps create necessary safeguards of the district police operations and hold accountable officers who break protocol or otherwise fracture the public trust. Last year, on the heels of the violent collision that claimed the life of Ward 4 resident Karan Hilton Brown, I introduced a bill to prohibit MPD from engaging in the kinds of vehicular pursuits that led to this unnecessary death. Vehicular pursuits are far more likely to end in death and destruction than apprehension, which is why MPD's current policy has long prohibited them, except in rare and extreme circumstances. And yet a clear pattern remains. Wrongful chases occur every year in our city, as evidenced by our government repeatedly settling for millions in damages, even in the best case scenarios when lives are not lost. As my ward braces for a verdict in the Karan Hilton case this week, I am relieved to know that a small part of the trust and accountability that our community needs to see from MPD will be formally codified today as we vote to make it easier to hold officers accountable for serious and deadly use of force involving vehicular pursuit tactics. In passing this legislation, we are doing our part to save the lives of district residents and MPD officers and prevent the hardship, grief, and communal trauma that follow dangerous and unnecessary vehicular pursuits. I am also particularly grateful that the committee chose to include in this omnibus package the MPD bias assessment legislation from myself and Councilmember Robert White. I wish these measures didn't need to exist, but white supremacy in the district's police force appears to be bookending this council period. We started council period 24 with an insurrection at the Capitol, and during our marathon meeting the other week, yet another shocking and embarrassing story broke of members publicly heckling their fellow officer as he received a gold star for his historic service at the Capitol. There is no room for our police force for officers who are hateful and bigoted ideologies, let alone who act on them. I think our force will be better off for confronting the uncomfortable, and our city will be safer too. There is also far too much else in this bill to lift up and praise, and I'm already getting close to time, but I also need to note there are also provisions where I think we could have gone farther to honor more of the recommendations of the Police Reform Commission and advice that should be heeded from the judiciary. On balance, however, 30 more seconds, please, Chairman.
Without objection.
On balance, however, I support where this bill ended, but as with all legislation, I think we should keep an open mind about further revisions as we see the policies take effect in real time. Our focus must always remain on whether and how trust and safety are advanced by provisions in the legislation. And if changes become necessary to better achieve these goals, then I look forward to working on them with my colleagues and with community stakeholders. Thank you again, Councilmember Allen, for your leadership today over this council period to move our city forward and create a safe, trusted, and impactful MPD. And thank you again to your amazing committee staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George. Further on the bill. We have the bill as amended before us. This is Bill 24-320. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Louis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White.
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved unanimously. We will turn to Bill 24-830, Protecting Health Professionals Providing Reproductive Health Care Amendment Act of 2022. This was reported out of Committee on Health. So Councilmember Gray, if you would move the bill, and then there's an amendment by you and Councilmember Robert White.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
And who's moving the amendment?
I believe I am. Is that-
Councilmember Robert White?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was proud to introduce this legislation as part of the district government's collective push to ensure that the nationwide crackdown on abortion rights has as few negative consequences as possible for the people of the district. The Supreme Court's Dodd decision raised the concerning possibility that other states might start revoking health professional licenses simply because licensees provide a type of care that we recognize as valid and vital. Under current law, if someone with a license from another state also has a DC license, our local boards have to treat a foreign disciplinary action as possible grounds for additional disciplinary action in DC. We don't want that for abortion. I appreciate Councilmember Gray and his team for holding a hearing on this legislation and making some great changes at markup. As we were getting ready for the first reading, we noticed that one of the changes DC Health had recommended didn't fully reflect the intent of the bill. So Councilmember Gray and I prepared an amendment reverting that change and ensuring all the behavior is protected that we intended. I circulated and filed the amendment yesterday, and I move that amendment now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. We have the amendment before us. Is there discussion? If there's no discussion, I will ask if there's any objection. There's no objection, then the amendment is approved. And I don't hear any objection. The amendment is approved. We have the bill as amended before us. Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-830 as amended. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Louis George.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Louis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved unanimously. The next item is Bill 24-63, the Second Chance Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to speak to the underlying bill again, but to the amendment that in the nature of a substitute that I circulated yesterday. The ANS makes 4 main changes in addition to a number of more minor drafting changes. The ANS first creates a process for the government to ensure that individuals are actually eligible for automatic expungement at the Office of the Attorney General's request. Second, it streamlines the court processes and sets a timeline for orders to expunge or seal to be issued within 180 days at several stakeholders' request. Third, it includes additional sex offenses for which automatic sealing is unavailable in alignment with the perspectives of the government and several victims advocates who testified at the committee's hearing. And fourth, it allows the courts to consider the government's position, if any, in by motion sealing at the request of the U.S. Attorney. I think these are all reasonable amendments that improve upon the committee print substantially and in terms of process. I believe that we have an amendment momentarily from Councilor Henderson that I'll accept as friendly, but otherwise let me move the ANS at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have the amendment nature of a substitute before us. Councilmember Henderson, do you want to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but my amendment is to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. So should we move the ANS first and then I offer my amendment after that?
We could do that. All
Okay.
right, so is there discussion on the amendment nature of a substitute? We'll do a voice vote on this. On the amendment nature of a substitute, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The amendment nature of substitute is approved unanimously. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that was circulated at 2:25 PM today. The amendment would clarify that the expungement eligibility for individuals convicted of simple marijuana possession offenses. This change ensures that the intent of the bill, the automatic expungement of any criminal records of simple possession of marijuana prior to the enactment of Initiative 71, is achieved. The original drafting of the bill specifically mentioned quantities of marijuana. So, I think for everyone who's been paying attention, when we passed Initiative 71, we decriminalized possession of 2 ounces or less of marijuana. The issue that was raised by DC Justice Lab as well as the courts is that many records held by the courts do not contain the information about the quantity of cannabis. And so the court and litigants cannot tell from the record itself whether or not it would qualify as decriminalized conduct and therefore eligible for expungement. So by a small tweak in the language, we ensure that the court and litigants can better implement this law, which was the overall goal in terms of streamlining the ability for people to either seal or expunge their records. So moved on this amendment, or hopefully it's friendly.
Councilmember Henderson, you indicated that it was circulated around 2:25. I
That's
have a
correct.
version circulated 12:26.
The full packet was circulated at 2:25 to include the FIS and legal sufficiency.
Okay, so what I have is not,
Correct. The text did not change.
okay. Is there discussion on the amendment?
I think I said it before, but just to make it clear to my colleagues, accept this as friendly. Appreciate Councilman Henderson working with me today on this.
So let me ask if there is any objection to the amendment. There's no objection, then it will be accepted. And I don't hear any objection, so it's accepted.
Thank you.
So we have the bill as amended by Councilmember Henderson and by the amendment nature of a substitute. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilmember Henderson.
just further overall, I want to thank Councilmember Allen and his staff, in particular Kate Mitchell, who worked on this legislation. I introduced another bill, the Restore Act, that was also aligned with this in terms of wanting to streamline the process for record sealing expungement to make it simple for folks as opposed to the convoluted laws that we had in place, which I think, colleagues would say it was a bit convoluted in that we just rewrote all of our criminal code as well. Everything that everyone wanted wasn't achieved. And I think someone said earlier today that might mean that, not only that compromises were made, but that also this is a strong bill that I do think that is going to impact the lives of a lot of district residents once it's implemented. I do want to acknowledge the concerns raised by the courts. And I recognize that we have this very interesting relationship that very many jurisdictions don't have with our court system, and that, they're federally funded and those kinds of things. And so we can't even add the additional supports necessary to help in terms of implementation. But I think Councilmember Allen mentioned in terms of when this is implemented, we have a little bit of a runway here. And so I hope that we can continue to work with the courts to work out some of the implementation challenges that are here. That being said, we also recognize that sometimes there might be some ideological differences in terms of automatic sealing versus automatic expungement, et cetera. But overall, I'm very proud to support this legislation today, and I'm glad that we got here in terms of moving this product forward. So thank you, Chairman Allen, and to your staff who worked on this, especially Kate. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to remember where we are. So we're on second chance. Any further discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-63. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved unanimously on final reading. Bill 24-760, Omnibus Firearm and Ghost Gun Clarification Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Bill 24-760 clarifies and strengthens the district's firearms laws, including our ban on ghost guns and the restrictions for when off-duty law enforcement officers can carry firearms. I'm moving an amendment in the nature of a substitute that my staff developed in consultation with the Office of the Attorney General. The ANS is largely clarifying in nature. It removes duplicative or unnecessary provisions and ensures the language within the bill is more internally consistent. The bill makes one substantive change with respect to which types of law enforcement officers are generally exempt from the district's firearm laws to include state law enforcement officers from another jurisdiction who enter the district government in hot pursuit of a fleeing suspect. The bill also repeals a pending temporary bill to avoid a potential conflict once the permanent bill takes effect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I move the ANS.
Thank you. We have the amendment nature of a substitute before us. Is there discussion? By a voice vote on the amendment nature of a substitute, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any no votes? The amendment is approved. We have the bill as amended before us. Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-760. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved on final reading. Bill 24-1089, Howard University Property Tax Exemption Clarification Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move the bill and would also like to speak to an amendment that I'd like to move at this time.
please.
The amendment that has been circulated creates clarity and conformity with the language elsewhere in the legislation regarding the permitted uses of the property to be exempt from taxation. It's also will require the refunding of transfer and recordation taxes as well as real property taxes paid prior to the effective date of this legislation. So with that, I move the bill as amended.
Well, we'll take the amendment first. If there's no objection to the amendment, is there, or any discussion about the amendment? There's no objection, then the amendment is accepted. It is accepted. We have the bill as amended. Is there discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-1089. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved unanimously on final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-838, Restoring Trust and Credibility to Forensic Sciences Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have two amendments. I could move them both in block or one at a time. Which would you prefer?
I'd prefer that you first move the bill.
Well, I can move the bill, so moved. And then would you
Thank
like me to move the amendments in block or one at a time?
Move them in block unless there's objection.
Fantastic. Let's do it. Amendment number 1 would require the laboratory to post all internal validation studies and all data generated during the studies on the laboratory's website. Internal validation studies are internal tests run by a laboratory to ensure that data interpretation methods perform as expected. Basically, it's a dry run to see if the methodology arrives at the right answer. According to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, in the U.S. Department of Commerce, there is not enough publicly available data to perform external and independent assessments of the degree of reliability of DNA mixture interpretation practices. NIST recommended that forensic laboratories make their underlying validation data publicly available so that the validity of the data methods can be properly evaluated. Requiring the release of internal validation studies and underlying data will further promote transparency in the laboratory's forensic sciences services and ensure the laboratory's data interpretation methods perform as expected. To address concerns over the release of personal identifying information being associated with the DNA or other biometric profiles, the laboratory will be able to conceal the names of the individuals who submitted samples for use in the studies. I want to thank Interim Director Crispino and the Public Defender Service for their assistance in moving this amendment forward. And amendment number 2 would require the laboratory to design, implement, and maintain an electronic system that would facilitate access to records pertaining to a criminal prosecution. The bill currently requires that both the prosecution and the defense have equal access to laboratories' records. At the bill's hearing, we heard about the importance of discovery parity, with one witness in particular, the head of the Houston Forensic Science Center, emphasizing that it is one of several key factors that shape the lab's success. It's my understanding that DFS is already considering setting up an external user system, but this amendment would require DFS to set it up as a mechanism to ensure that both the prosecution and defense have equal access to records. This amendment also requires the laboratory to issue rules that address access to the electronic system by both the prosecution and defense. This future rulemaking will provide a robust opportunity for the agency's stakeholders and customers to come forward and work with the agency to address potential issues like the mechanics of accessing the system and potential redactions. Any future rulemaking would be required to undergo a 45-day period of review by the council as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move both amendments in block.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Is there discussion on the amendments? Mr. Allen, I have a question for you on amendment number 2. On the second page, the last line of the amendment, it says, shall issue rules proscribing access to records. Should that be prescribing?
If I am hearing an oral amendment of striking the word proscribing to replace with prescribing, that is acceptable to me, sure.
Well, it's not an oral, it's just a clarification. So, General Counsel, you got it, that the language is prescribing. Discussion from others? If there's no objection, the 2 amendments will be accepted. Not hearing any objections, so the 2 amendments are accepted. We have the bill as amended before us. Discussion? The vote will be on Bill 24-838 as amended. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
yes,
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
yes,
Councilmember Chey votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill as amended is approved unanimously on final reading. The next item is Bill 24-924, Protecting Adjacent and Adjoining Property Owners from Construction Damage Amendment Act of 2022. So moved. I have an amendment. The amendment was circulated. The amendment, to remind myself, the amendment does several things. And I'm actually going to orally revise the amendment. So let me read the rationale. The amendment does three things. First, it clarifies that the insurance requirements will only apply to permits issued 30 days or more after publication of final rules. Second, it adds definitions for the terms adjacent property and adjoining property to provide greater clarity to permit applicants, reviewers, and insurance companies. Provide greater clarity to permit applicants, reviewers, and insurance companies. Third, it requires the mayor to consider standard construction rates, i.e. coverage, from at least 6 insurance providers licensed and registered in the district during rulemaking. This should ensure that the rates established pursuant to rulemaking are not inconsistent with current practices in the construction industry. And when I say rates, I think that means the same as coverage. We're not talking about the premiums themselves. The oral amendment that I'm making, which actually has already been shared with General Counsel, is as circulated, it said shall only apply to permits issued 90 days or more. And this says shall be apply only to permits issued 30 days after, and then also inserting the words, the adoption of emergency or final rules issued by the mayor. This oral amendment is a result of a conversation with the department director earlier today. We expressed concern that waiting for the final rulemaking could be quite time consuming. And there's anxiousness in the department to have this effective as quickly as possible. We did not want the new insurance requirements to apply to existing projects for which are already underway. And so to provide some certainty, we have 30 days now, not 90 days, but after the adoption of emergency or final rules, so that the mayor or the department can act quickly, but there's still some certainty to the community that might be seeking permits. So if there's no objection, the oral will be accepted. And if there's no objection, then the written as amended by the oral will be accepted. I'm not hearing any objection. So that's all accepted. Is there a discussion on the bill as amended? The vote will be on Bill 24-924. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Chey.
Yes.
Councilmember Chey votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Pinto will be recorded as absent. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The bill is approved unanimously on final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-228, Fair Meals Delivery Act of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
So moved.
I believe we have an amendment from Councilmember Che. I'll recognize Councilmember Che.
I'm not sure what amendment you're referring to.
We're on fair meals delivery.
No, as I mentioned, I withdrew that amendment. There were two parts to it, but you said I should speak to Councilmember McDuffie about the first part and about whether it was actually covered by the language of the bill. And it's sufficiently covered. So I've withdrawn the amendment and but actually this gives me the opportunity to say that these delivery services should understand that this drip pricing, or however it's referred to, is not welcome, and that they should be transparent and disclose fees as people go along and select items for purchase and delivery. But I have no amendment.
Thank you. I was unaware that it had been withdrawn, but so there's no amendment being moved. Is there any further discussion regarding this bill? I'm not hearing any discussion. The vote will be on Bill 24-228. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White,
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The bill is approved unanimously on final reading. If there's no objection, I'm going to go back to the previous bill, Bill 24-924. Move to reconsider so that there could be a vote again with all members present. I'm hearing no objection. It's before us. I
What
think.
bill is this, Chairman?
What's that, Councilmember White?
What bill are you reconsidering for a full vote? What bill is that?
Bill 24-924. It's the bill we just finished previous to this.
Okay.
And I think we could probably do a voice vote since we did a roll call. So the vote is on Bill 24-924, protecting adjacent and adjoining property owners from construction damage, Amendment Act of 2022, which was amended, so there's no further change here. But this is just taking the vote a second time. By a voice vote, all those in favor of the bill say aye.
aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. The ayes have it. Madam Secretary, I believe all members are present.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The bill is approved unanimously. We will go back to before we go to the temporary legislation, we will go back to item 6, St. Elizabeth's East Parcel 13 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. This is Bill 24-466. It was reported out of the Committee on Operations and Facilities chaired by Robert White, and the Committee on Business and Economic Development chaired by Councilmember Kenya McDuffie. Who am I recognizing to move the bill? Don't all speak up at once.
So moved.
McDuffie's moved the bill. Discussion.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes, Councilmember Tran White.
Thank you. So today, I want to speak on Parcel 13, disposition at the St. Elizabeth campus, where the government is selling this parcel for $1 for 99 years. We are essentially using taxpayers' dollars, and we have to be responsible. We must make sure that we are using the best interest and getting enough bang for our buck for our residents, not just in Ward 8, but across the city. We are doing what, 4 deals today for $1? And DC has had a history of neglecting the poor and working class in our city, which now we are in what we call a housing crisis. It has been reflected in the audit that came out that shows the misuse of funds for the housing Production Trust Fund, especially for those lower income earners in our city. Continue to do this is irresponsible and creates ethics concerns. Brown and Black people in DC are in a deeper housing crisis. We're forced to move out. And we know that lofts, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms are simply not enough. We get calls every day in my office about people needing 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, and just not able to get it, even with a voucher. And so these type of housing programs are not working for everybody in our city. On this particular project, I was hopeful to work with the developer. They said they would change the affordability levels, in which I got something yesterday where they just added 3 bedrooms. And so thank you for that. But I think the 0 to 30% AMI was less than 5 in a 400 unit building, in which this project got getting additional $19.6 million from our government. That's a win-win. You get a property for $1 and then turn around and say, yeah, but I need another $19.6 million. Any family in DC can win with that type of leverage and money going to any bank. And so I'm concerned about what we are doing, and I'll be being fiscally responsible to our residents. This type of leadership on executive and on the council is socially engineering gentrification. One of the other issues I had with this project was about the development team, which was a team that started in Virginia in 1977, one company in 1986, and have merged to start a company in DC in 2018 to become a DC business. But the last property they did in Ward 8 at St. Elizabeth's property had air and water seeping through the windows, the entire basement flooding in some of the buildings, mice infestation. The HVAC system went out several times in the building. We're talking about a building that hasn't been remodeled that less than 5 years ago. So what's going to happen to the building in 15 and 20 years? The same general contractor. And so we have to ensure that as we are a body of oversight, that we are doing our due diligence with this money. I'm concerned about this. I ask my colleagues to vote no. And so we come back to the table with something that works for all residents of the district and make sure we are doing what we're supposed to do that's right for our residents. Because if not, we're selling our city out, and our city is looking like we're selling her as a cheap hoe. And so we have to stop giving our land away and make sure we're doing in the best interest of all residents in the District of Columbia. So I also have an amendment, Chairman, to this bill. Hope those on the dais can support the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tran White. Are you moving the amendment at this time?
Yes, Chairman.
All right, we have the amendment before us. I'm going to speak first before I turn to colleagues. I just want to say this. My sense sitting on this, sitting at some distance from what's been going on with this legislation is that there are objections that have come late to the process and that have caught the 2 committee chairs by surprise, and that's never a good thing. And I know that there is deference often given to ward members, but it's important as part of our process that we hear what concerns are early enough in the process that they can be worked out rather than when the bill comes to the full council. But I would add this as well. It sounds great to say that this is outrageous to be unloading district land for $1. I mean, that just sounds horrible. But why don't we look at what the financials are on this project? We don't know. I don't know what the costs are. I assume the committees looked at what the costs were of building the housing and also of subsidizing the housing. There is a component that is affordable. We would all like that every project on district government land be 100% affordable. We'd even like it to be 100% deeply affordable, but there's a cost to that. And it may be that the cost for the affordability component is in the buy down of the land value. It's an equation, and its equation has got to add up to a profit margin, not a huge profit margin, but a profit margin for the developer. That is how development works in this city, is that it is a public-private partnership. It is not the district government building the housing. It's the district government relying on the private sector to build the housing. And we don't want them to make lots of money. We don't want a huge profit margin in, but there has to be some. So there's the cost of the land, there's the cost of the construction, there's the cost of buying the affordability for whatever length of time there is for the project. And I don't know offhand what that is, but I do know that that's in a pro forma. And the pro forma is what I assume the committee's looked at to see whether it was reasonable, the profitability. So it is great rhetoric to talk about how outrageous it is to buy it down for $1. But let's look at the rest of the equation first and whether in fact this is reasonable from an economic perspective. I'm
Chairman,
not
I
aware
got a
of that
question,
happening.
Chairman.
Council
I have a
member,
question,
does
Chairman.
another, Councilmember White, you've spoken, others are in order. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Councilmember White for his amendment. I do want to just take some, I want to clear the air a little bit about this notion of the council engaging in social engineering as this bill and other dispositions come through my committee, which Councilmember White sits on. We have a law in place that the council passed that dictates the amount of affordable housing. We make sure every bill goes through that. We challenge every single development project in relation to the law. And when I don't like the outcome, if it complies with the law, I work to create legislation to address it, which I have introduced. Now, there's a reason that we lease out property for $1 a year in order to build affordable housing. And members may sometimes not like the amount of affordable housing, and I support members in their wards working to get more affordable housing, but I don't want to be party to this notion of engaging in social engineering. We do evaluate these projects. We do look at the appraisals. There are independent appraisals for these projects, and the committee has run its own appraisals. So I support what Councilmember Trayon White is working to do here. I do not support the notion that my committee is participating in any social engineering. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I know this is an issue that people are very passionate about. And I think when my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White was making his remarks, he may have accidentally used a phrase that was derogatory towards women. I think we could just ask that that be stricken from the record.
I've said nothing related to women. I don't know where you get that from.
Okay, well then maybe we misheard you. And we can keep it moving.
Yes, I
Thank
think we'll
you.
keep it moving, but thank you for noting that, and the record will reflect that concern about decorum. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yeah, I want to just add, to the extent there's a goal of constructing more affordable housing in the District of Columbia, particularly with an emphasis on deeply affordable housing. I support it. And I don't know, I don't want to get lost in this conversation about this project. The fact that there aren't any allegations that people didn't comply with the law here. The law lays out what's required when these RFPs are let, and the responses should comply with the law. And when it comes to the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and specifically the disposition of public land, we are asking those questions about compliance with the law. And the level of engagement was fairly robust here. I look at the record and the testimony and think about the number of meetings that occurred and the opportunities to raise these issues, and then to hear at the hearing that there's support generally for it. It leads to a decision as a committee chair to move these measures out of committee when you get that type of support, both from the ward council member and folks throughout the community. I regret that we're at this point today because my understanding and my feeling is that we have been both sensitive and thoughtful to any input that we've gotten as a committee from people in the community, as well as, you know, ANC commissioners, civic leadership, and council members. And the reason that I'm comfortable supporting this today is not because it hits on every single goal that we should have as a city to preserve existing affordable housing or to build more affordable housing. But we did follow a process that provided, I think, sufficient opportunity for people to contribute feedback that may have informed the process. And yet here we are today, and this project does have the 30% affordable. Whether people like the formula and the makeup of the unit sizes or how affordable it is 30% affordable between all the units that are affordable, 126 of them between 0 and 50%. 32 at 30% MFI and 94 at 50% MFI out of a total of 421 units. And there was a meeting on March 28, 2018, June 29, 2019, May 12, 2020, June 3rd, 2020, July 15, 2020, October 7, 2020, December 20th, 2020, March 4th, 2021, October 29, 2021, December 6, 2021, December 6, 2021, two different meetings with two council members, Robert White and Trayon White, and then December 11th, 2021. On January 11th of this year, there was a meeting with me in my office and my staff, and then updates at ANC 8C on January 20th, 2022, before we got to, you know, where we are in terms of markup and first reading in today. And so I just wanted to make sure that people were informed by that, and my commitment to continue to work with Councilmember Trayon White, because I definitely think your goals are laudable, and I do not object to what you're saying. I just think that it is in the right mode to move this forward today because of everything that we've done to get to this point. And so I wish there was a way to work this out. And obviously, I think you tried, I tried, I think Councilman Robert White has also tried to see if we can work it out to make sure that we had your support today.
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all who've been involved in this discussion. I really believe that this is the time that I must say that when we think about housing and housing affordability, when we think about the committees, I think we're beginning to see it's kind of scattered all over the place. But when the public sees the word housing as a part of a committee, they think that's where I can go and that's where I need to be. The business community understands a little differently, and they go to 3 different locations. My point is, I think as we strive for improvements at our council level, we've got to consider how we construct our committees and how the committees really work for the community that's utilizing our committees. And so I feel strongly I need to put that on the record. As someone who has chaired the Housing Committee concerned with housing affordability for the past 8 years. And I can tell you, sometimes people are very lost in this process. And then we get the concerns expressed in this manner. And I think once we have an opportunity to put all of the services that are provided as it relates to housing together, at least maybe we need a conference committee process. I think we would get a better product and we all would understand how our dollars are really being spent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I want to ask a question. We have the amendment before us. I want to ask a question of our budget director. My understanding is that you've prepared a fiscal impact statement that this amendment doesn't have a direct cost, but it might have implications that could cost a district. Could you explain?
Correct. I'll read the paragraph from the fiscal impact statement and then I can expand if necessary. The Office of the Budget Director was unable to review the project pro forma to determine how the change in unit mix and MFI would affect the project's financial feasibility. These changes could create a financing gap in the project funding plan that would need to be resolved prior to commencement of construction. However, there is no impact on the district's budget and financial plan because there's no obligation on the district to cure any financing gap that may materialize due to this amendment. So basically, a change of this nature impacting the level of affordability and impacting the unit mix, which would, the level of affordability would reduce the revenue or the income stream from the building, as would the change in the unit mix, because there's less revenue per square foot from larger units as opposed to smaller units. I mean, it's a calculus that is not something that can just sort of be figured out on the fly. But it could create a gap that could prohibit or prevent the project from commencing until that financing gap is filled.
Thank you, Madam Budget Director. Councilman McDuffie, second round.
Yeah, man. Asked to a second round.
You want to go before Mr. McDuffie?
No, you're the chair. Just make sure you know I'm here.
All right, Mr.
Second
White,
round.
second round.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask the budget director, is it clear that she mentioned, I tried to write it down, that there's no impact on the district financial plan? Is that accurate?
There is no obligation for the district to fill any financing gap that would be created due to a change in the unit mix or MFI structure. So yes, so there is no impact to the financial plan. However, I can't say that there wouldn't be a financial impact to the project itself,
Yeah.
but that's
understand
separate
that.
from the
Anytime
budget
you change-
financial plan.
Thank you. I guess I was just
Sure.
trying to figure out from a government perspective, our
Mhm.
obligation. Anytime you change a formula for building a project, it changed the finances. We are aware of that. I think that one of the statements that was used as to what I said was blatant rhetoric, and I in that I didn't understand where that was coming from, because it seemed like to me that what was stated was a generalized statement about affordable housing and a formula without any details about this specific project. But I do want to state some specifics to give clarity. Originally proposed was 421 units. And of that, it was only 32 deeply affordable housing. And in total, it was 126 total affordable housing of the 421 units that we are disposing for $1, and then turning around and giving this project another $19.6 million in a housing crisis where poor people need housing in the city and our working class, and not just in Wardy, but all over the city. It was also said that we have a law that administers this process. We also know that Kathy Patterson's office issued an audit because we were not in compliance with the law, and I had to rewrite the law. It was passed through Anita Bond's committee because we were out of compliance with affordability levels for the Housing Production Trust Fund. And so if we're going to say what it is, let's say what it really is across the board, that these are deals that's happening and it's not in mind with all people. We talking about, it was no 3 bedrooms there originally. We did get a proposal yesterday that had 3 bedrooms yesterday, but it's still not enough in this area with the need. And we're basically giving this land away.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie, second round.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I think the record is sufficient to go to a vote. And I wanted to thank the budget director, just for speaking about the numbers associated with the amendment. Again, we can pay for more affordable housing, and I think this council is committed to doing that. The mayor has sent down, a tremendous amount of money for the Housing Production Trust Fund. The council has supported it. In many cases, we've actually increased the amount that has been going into the Housing Production Trust Fund. Not to suggest there are any issues with HPTF, but the 19 million you mentioned is likely the cost. It will come from the Housing Production Trust Fund to help build the affordable that's in the current affordability and mix of programming that you just outlined, Councilmember, which is, of the 421 units, 126 would be affordable with deeply affordable at 32 units and 94 units at 50% MFI. So I just, again, I'm not objecting to the concerns that you're raising. I just think, everybody needs to understand, the process that we've laid out, the way that we do hearings, and the time frame in which I think it's best to try to negotiate some of these things. And then simply the cost associated with constructing more affordable housing and where we are constructing this deeply affordable housing in these larger family units. And I would suggest that we should be more thoughtful about where these things are being built so that we are distributing the opportunities to families to live across the District of Columbia in quality, safe, affordable housing, and not simply constructing that in the same places that we've done historically, where governments before us, long before us, have concentrated poverty and disadvantage in certain communities, which has made it difficult for them to really thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson. and then
Thank you,
I see
Mr. Chairman. I want to ask a clarifying question in terms of the amendment, and I don't necessarily know who the appropriate person is here, if it's the budget office or the general counsel or Mr. McDuffie or Mr. White, but because I did in our last break get some clarity in terms of how are we adjusting bedroom sizes in this particular disposition, when in others, we haven't been able to amend it. It's either vote for it or don't vote for it. And my understanding is that because the executive sent this over as a bill, it can be amended in this way. But the question that I have though is, do we have any understanding here of what this amendment would do in terms of whether or not the project moves forward or not? I don't want anyone to have the assumption here that we are not in favor of apartments and homes for families, 3 bedrooms, et cetera. But I also am trying to be cautious of us making the precedent setting of making changes in terms of bedroom sizes here at this stage of the game in this process, and whether or not that would cause others who want to seek projects with the district to just avoid it in the future. So I guess my question is, what happens? Does the project move forward? Does it stop? I think Ms. Budoff, you mentioned there would be a gap in financing, but that's not really our problem because it doesn't have I'm paraphrasing. You didn't say it's not our problem, but it doesn't impact our financial plan. That would mean that the developer has to go figure out how to fill that before things move forward. Yes?
Well, a fiscal impact just looks at the impact on the district's budget and financial plan. So, this kind of change could very well change their pro forma and, cause and again, I haven't seen the pro forma, but if it does, there would be a financing gap. There's only so much project income that would support a commercial loan. So, typically it's the responsibility of the government entity to fill that gap. It looks like we are already filling that gap. So we may have to provide more assistance. They may need, I don't know. And I think that's part of the problem is that if you change sort of the fundamentals of a project without really knowing how it's going to impact the financing plan, you don't know if this is something that would cause the project to stop. They'll probably have to rerun their numbers and, I don't,
Madam Budget
Yeah.
Director, you said it looks like we're already filling that gap. You meant we're already filling a gap, but this likely creates a new gap.
for the current project structure for the unamended MFI and unit mix.
Okay.
Councilmember Henderson?
I mean, I guess my concern here is the unknown in that there's been a lot of work that has gone into this project thus far. I imagine, if I remember correctly from the hearing, they were expecting to move forward in 2023 on this. So this sets everything back and probably would add to the additional costs. I'm over my time.
If
Thank
I
you.
may venture, the essence of your question gets to the level of our responsibility. This came over as a bill, and we are a legislature. We can do whatever we want to. We can change the financials completely, but there are consequences, and it's up to us and our sense of responsibility. So if you think that the affordable housing component is inadequate and you want the developer or the city to absorb the consequences, not knowing exactly what those are, then you will vote a certain way. If you think that we've got the project and maybe it isn't smart to be messing around with it here on the dais, then you would probably vote a different way. But in the end, the answer to your question is on us individually and what our sense of responsibility is with regard to our duty. Who else do I have? Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a similar-ish clarifying question for Mr. McDuffie. So oftentimes when we provide abatements for different projects, this conversation of what the appropriate financials and math works out to is very central to that, because part of the discussion is, but for this abatement, this project will not proceed. And if we go too high with the affordability requirements, people are still not going to take us up on the project, even though they're getting this abatement. But with this project, because it's a disposition of the land, how does that calculation transfer over to your calculation of making sure that the project is still financially feasible? Because it seems like there should be a distinguishing line between the abatement of private property and district-owned land that we're disposing of, but could you elaborate on that piece?
So, I think part of the context for, and hopefully this is responsive to your question, Councilmember Pinto, but when these RFPs go out, there are certain requirements that are baked into the RFPs that should be included in the responses to the RFPs, and if not, are likely to be deemed non-responsive. What's outlined in 10.01 is included. When it comes to whether or not it's financially feasible, ultimately it's a decision that the developer who's responding has to make. And if the requirements associated with the disposition are found to be too onerous or too expensive, or deemed not to pencil out by a developer, then either they're likely not to respond, or if things start to change after they've submitted a proposal, and the amount of units of affordable housing either are requested to be increased, or the unit sizes change, the unit mixes change, then it's going to change the pro forma. It's going to change the financial fundamentals. And then there's got to be a decision made as to whether or not it makes financial sense of a developer who is seeking a profit. And I think that's just this part of the process. And I can't speak to whether this person is going to say, I'm done, what's in this amendment simply doesn't work. I would think that they would definitely say, this isn't what I signed up for, and I'm not sure if it will, given that there's already a likely request for 19 million to help fill the gap that exists. If we say we're going to pass this amendment without knowing what we don't know in terms of additional costs, then there's no way we can say we're actually helping to make this project work and delivering additional affordable housing for residents in the District of Columbia. That's all I'm saying in terms of context.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And it's very possible I missed this earlier, but I'm glad that piece is on the record of the additional cost to the district that we are paying for this project. Because I've heard a lot about, $1 disposition and trying to figure out the distinction between our treatment of private property that we're trying to incentivize certain behavior versus district property that we're disposing of. But thank you very much.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I mean, when we talk about the $1, it is the cost of the land as developed and associated with the government requirements, right? And so you look at that land and you might think it's valuable, and it is valuable, but we're talking about land that by law requires 30% affordable housing, between 0 and 50%. And so you gotta bake that into whatever you might think the value of the land is by itself. It comes with these requirements.
Councilmember Lewis George.
I have a question about has there been changes from I only have from the committee report last time. Had there been changes to the number? So the previous developer proposal describes plans for 421 multifamily rental units. All would be studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. Of those, 126 with 30% would be affordable units for 50% AMI or below. And so technically that math is about 29.92%. And then the remaining 295 units will be market rate. And so if we pass as is, if that's the current makeup, then we would be approving a plan that only creates 9 2-bedroom units at 30% and 9 of the 420 units affordable for small, low-income families. Is that the correct numbers here?
I mean, I wouldn't frame it that way, but yeah, your math is right, and the unit count is right, Councilmember. I will say, if I could just really briefly, when the Committee on Economic Development, we're looking at the housing, right? And there's a housing committee, but we're also looking at the economic development around the area. Y'all have to remember, these folks in Ward 8 also want healthy food options, right? So they want grocery stores.
Yeah.
They want amenities that are walkable to their neighborhoods. And, when you talk about government trying to ensure those things happen, we're not operating and building grocery stores as a government, right? And these people who are in this private sector who are considering what we say we want, even when we're trying to incent certain economic activity, there's a cost associated with it. If they look at these areas and see a lack of density and a lack of incomes, it is likely that they're not going to get the same sorts of things that we're seeing in other parts of the city. And so we're trying to be thoughtful about this. This is not to discount the dire need for housing affordability that I know you all care about, and I do too.
Yeah.
It's just really trying to create the environment where we can do more of what these communities need and want.
Yeah. And I know the development plan is anticipated to create 381 temporary jobs and through the construction period, and I think 69 permanent jobs as a result. But I guess, given what we just heard about making this decision because it's a legislation and the unknown here, I am just throwing this out there. Would it be prudent for us so we don't move forward on this amendment and create bad results? Would it be prudent for us to just withdraw it until the Ward 8 council member can work out percentages that work? Just so that we're not all in position to vote on something right now where basically we do have an unknown based on the questions from my colleagues. Answers to.
I don't know that there's any, the unknown is created by the amendment. And we gotta recognize, the amount of time that's gone into the process thus far. And so, I've already been communicating with Councilmember Tran White, and I really appreciate his passion about this issue and what he's trying to do. I think that I will be willing, I hope that this could pass and we continue to work on it. Doesn't mean that we stop working on this because we passed this bill today. And this guy, Adrian Washington, who's the lead developer at NDC, Neighborhood Development Company, is a lifelong district resident, born and grew up in Ward 8, not too far from this development here, right? And so, he's not gonna skip town. And I would hope that we can get to the point where we get, the council members' support. And that's generally how we try to operate. And we only moved it because we thought we had it. So that's my hesitancy about supporting this member today. We've gone through a process here where, and I don't want to speak to Councilmember Robert White, but we've been communicating with the developers and others, and they've not been hard to reach as far as I'm concerned. And we tried to answer as many questions as possible and be as flexible as possible with the unit mix, et cetera.
Chairman.
The Councilmember White, Treon White, third round.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for their dialogue. I want to thank you, Councilman McDuffie. One thing you mentioned was you hope that we can move this along in good faith and hopefully get something done with the developer. I just want to go on public record to talk about, I've been communicating, you mentioned Adrian Washington, who is developer from Ward 8. We haven't had a comprehensive conversation about this project yet. I've been communicating with the representative from the administration who assured me that we will have some healthy compromises to get this moved along, because she told me they were facing some deadlines and needed to move it out of Robert White's committee. Then I communicated that to Robert White's committee to get it moved out and hope that we can land somewhere, in which we never did. I had a meeting with them last week in hopes that we can move it forward today. And one person on the phone is saying one thing, another person on the phone is saying something exactly opposite. One person said, we can do this, person say we can't do it. I said, once you figure out what you can do, come back to me before Tuesday, that way we can be on the same page. And that didn't happen until a conversation or something got sent yesterday, which was Monday. And so it's not like no dialogue and good faith has happened. It's been continuously happening, but it hasn't landed in a place that warrants us to utilize our legislative ability to approve a project that's not feasible for the District of Columbia's tax dollars that we're pouring into this project. And there's a lot of hypotheticals going on, but for me, I've been working with the administration trying to land somewhere, and we haven't landed there. And I'm just being honest and open about the process, what's been happening.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, we have the amendment before us. This is the amendment by Councilmember Trahan White. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed to the amendment?
Call.
Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
No.
Councilmember Allen votes no. Councilmember Bonds,
No.
Councilmember Bonds votes no. Councilmember Che,
No,
Councilmember Che votes no. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
No.
Councilmember Henderson votes no. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
No.
Councilmember McDuffie votes no. Chairman Mendelson,
No.
Chairman Mendelson votes no. Councilmember Nadeau,
No.
Councilmember Nadeau votes no. Councilmember Pinto,
No.
Councilmember Pinto votes no. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 5 yeses and 8 nos.
The amendment fails. We have the bill before us. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the hour is late and everyone is tired. So I will just make 2 observations about the conversation. I think the emotion that is being shown shows that this is of great concern to everyone on this dais. And again, Councilmember Robert White, I look forward to more discussion in your bill next year. The second thing is, I think there is concern about what exactly is baked in, especially what kind of profit a for-profit developer needs to supposedly make a project work. And I'll just point out in this project, DEMPED's appraisal found that a developer could build this project at a profit, but not enough profit to motivate a for-profit developer. So another option the district could take would be to find a nonprofit developer to see if a nonprofit developer can make this work. But instead, in this project, we are leasing the land for $1 per year, and we're sweetening the deal to motivate that for-profit developer to ensure a $19.5 million profit for Neighborhood Development Company. Those are the numbers. I think I appreciate what Councilmember Trayon White was doing with his amendment, which is to say, we need to push. I remember there was a project at 65 I Street where the new museum is, where the developer said, oh, we absolutely can't put any more affordability. And we kept working with that developer and they did put more affordability in. So we need to negotiate and sometimes take a strong stand to say no to cut and to see if they'll come back with a better deal. So again, I think this discussion on all three bundles today shows that there is a lot of concern about not getting enough for what we are giving to the for-profit development community. I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the bill? We have the bill before us. This is Bill 24-466. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
No.
Councilmember Lewis George votes no. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
No.
Councilmember Silverman votes no. Councilmember Robert White.
No.
Councilmember Robert White votes no. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 yeses and 4 nos.
The bill is approved on final reading. We'll turn now to back to page 8. Final reading and final vote on temporary legislation. The first measure is Bill 24-1128, Salary Adjustment Temporary Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, so let me move the measure and if I'm can I speak to the amendment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The amendment would allow the legislation to remain in place upon the legislation's completion of a 30-day period of congressional review. The effect of this amendment is to make the measure permanent, and it's needed because the code prohibits adjustments to the mayor's salary during a mayor's term, so we couldn't do a permanent bill next council period. A hearing on the permanent version of the bill was noticed for and held on December 7th, 2022, and the hearing record was filed with the Secretary's office on December 13th of this year. And with that, I move the measure as amended without objection.
The amendment is before us. If there's no objection, it will be accepted. Hearing no objection,
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask you, and perhaps Mr. McDuffie, so this is becoming was a temporary bill that is now becoming a permanent bill, is that correct?
That would be the effect of the amendment.
Okay, and that's within the council rules to do this?
Yes.
I mean, Madam General Counsel, because why wouldn't we just do this all the time? Right? I mean, I should have learned this 8 years ago. Because then we never need to, we can just take a temporary and move it to a permanent and not have the full council legislative process. Am I understanding this correctly?
It might be slightly different from my understanding. I think there are times where we waive certain rules and it's pretty common practice. This is more of an extraordinary circumstance where there is a bill that would not be able to be passed but for this step. Because as I mentioned in my statement, the code prohibits adjustments to a mayor's salary during a mayor's term. And so there couldn't be a permanent bill next council period that would have the effect of giving these waivers that, the raises that we already approved on first reading.
If I'm understanding your explanation, Mr. McDuffie, it's that we're running out of time, so we're waiving the council rule to do this. And, you know, that is a perfectly fine explanation. I'll just say that this sets a precedent that I would say that council members should take note of when they need to move temporary bills permanently. It sets a precedent for doing that. I understand the reason, which is that the salary increase would like to be, needs to be in place. This needs to happen in order for the salary increase to be in place at the beginning of the year. But it seems highly irregular council procedure, so I'll just vote present on it.
Again, the amendment, if there's no objection, the amendment is accepted. Hearing no objection, it's accepted. Is there further? The question is the amendment. Madam General Counsel.
What the amendment actually does is it waives the 225 time period in the temporary. There was a permanent that was introduced. There was a hearing that was had. This isn't the first time that we've done that, and Mr. McDuffie is standing in as chair pro temp on this matter. So that's why he's doing it. Generally, it's done by the chairman. I'm just answering the procedural.
Question on the floor is the amendment. If there's no objection, it's accepted. All right, we'll have a voice vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed? And I would like to be recorded as present. The amendment is approved. We have the bill as amended. Further discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? This vote is on Bill 24-1128 as amended.
Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes,
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Just passed for a second.
Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Please record me as present.
Chairman Mendelson will be recorded as present. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
I'll vote present.
Councilmember Silverman will be recorded as present. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White,
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White will be recorded as present. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 yeses and 3 presents.
The bill is approved. The bill as amended is approved unanimously on final reading. The next measure is Bill 24-1137, Advisory Neighborhood Commission Boundaries Temporary Amendment Act of 2022. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to indefinitely postpone this temporary bill. The substance of the bill was included in the Waterways Act, a permanent bill that we approved today on the consent agenda.
it's a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yes.
I believe that's debatable. Is there any discussion? On a voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The bill is postponed indefinitely. We'll turn to emergency legislation. The first measure is the school's first in budgeting emergency amendment act. This is identical to, or should be identical to, the the permanent bill that was approved on second reading earlier in this meeting. An amendment nature of a substitute was circulated yesterday because this bill was introduced 2 weeks ago. What I want to make clear in the record and for general counsel is that the intent is that the emergency is identical, except that it's an emergency, to the permanent bill. And I'm trusting that's clear enough for general counsel. So I move the declaration. Discussion? A roll call on the declaration. This is Bill PR 24-1108.
Councilmember Che?
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto?
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the bill 24-1147, so moved. Actually, I spoke to the permanent when I said the amendment nature of a substitute. So let me move the amendment nature of a substitute. This is to be the same as the permanent bill by a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment nature of a substitute say aye.
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 Any opposed? The amendment is adopted unanimously. We have the bill as amended. Is there discussion? Since the roll call vote was unanimous, I think we can do a voice vote on this. The vote is on bill 24-1147 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? Madam Secretary, I don't see or hear any no votes. You agree?
Agreed, Mr. Chairman.
The bill is approved unanimously. The next. Is there any objection if we do the 3 local rent supplement program contracts in block? I'm not hearing any objection. Now I have to remember where we are. Is there any objection to our doing the 3 LRSP contracts in block? Not hearing any objection. So there would be 3 declarations, PR 24-1110, PR 24-1111, and PR 24-1109. These are local rent supplement program contracts. The first one is 2019-LRSP-14A. The second is 2019-LRSP-10L. And the third is contract number 2019-LRSP-15A. I recognize Councilmember Bonds with regard to the declarations.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Today I'm moving 3 LRSP contract approvals on an emergency basis. These contracts were submitted to the council too late for consideration at the legislative meeting and must be moved on an emergency basis before the council enters the winter recess. Contract 14A is the first one, and was introduced by you, Chairman, at the request of the mayor, and will be deemed disapproved on the 5th of January of 2023 unless we act by emergency to approve it. The legislation would authorize the Housing Authority to enter into a long-term subsidy contract with 737 50th Street Owner LLC to support 16 permanent supportive housing units at the H.R. Crawford Garden Apartments. These units will provide long-term affordable housing for extremely low-income households making no more than 30% of the median family income. The Housing Authority proposes to provide a subsidy to the owner in the initial amount of $387,760 annually for a multi-year term of 15 years. The H.R. Crawford Garden Apartments are located on 50th Street at 737 Northeast and will construct a new 6-story building in the Deanwood neighborhood of Ward 7. It will offer a total of 76 housing units, all affordable at various income levels. All 16 of the local rent supplement units will be 3-bedroom apartments and will help the district address our critical shortage of affordable family size units. The developer will partner with the United Planning Organization to provide case management and social services for the local rent supplement households. I'm pleased to move this contract and the emergency declaration. The second resolution would again introduced by you, Chairman, at the request of the mayor and will be deemed disapproved on the 5th of January of 2023 unless we act by emergency today to approve it. The legislation would authorize the Housing Authority to amend their long-term subsidy contract with Diane's House LP to support an additional 3 local rent supplement permanent supportive housing units at Diane's House Apartments at a cost. May I continue?
Please, because you're moving all 3.
All right, at a cost of $59,784 annually for the remainder of the 15-year term. These units will provide long-term affordable housing for extremely low-income families making up to 30% of the area median income. Diane's House Ministries is located at 2619 Bladensburg Road Northeast in the Langdon neighborhood of Ward 5 and has provided transitional housing to homeless women for over 30 years. As the ministry shifts to the permanent supportive housing model, this project will replace their 2 single-family homes with a 4-story new construction. The project will offer a total of 42 housing units and will include on-site case management for residents. The Housing Authority originally entered into a long-term subsidy contract with Diane Ministries in 2020 to support 39 local rent supplement permanent supportive housing units for 15 years at an initial annual cost of $662,940. The remaining 3 units will have been made affordable to households earning up to 50% median family income. With this amendment to the contract, the authority will now support all 42 units as local rent supplement permanent supportive housing. And I urge my colleagues to support this emergency declaration. And finally, I'm moving the emergency declaration resolution and act for the contract, which is 15A. And again, this contract was introduced by you, Chairman Mendelson, at the request of the mayor and will be deemed disapproved on January 14th of 2023 unless we act by emergency to approve it today. The legislation would authorize the Housing Authority to enter into a long-term subsidy contract with Carl F. West LLC to support 25 local rent supplement units at the Carl F. West Apartments. These units will provide long-term affordable housing for extremely low-income households making no more than 30% of the median family income. 18 of the units will be dedicated to permanent supportive housing clients. The authority proposes to provide a housing subsidy to the owner in the initial amount of $789,300 annually for a multi-year term of 15 years. In 1981, the National Caucus and Center for Black Aging was given 2.1 acres of district land for the development of the Samuel J. Simmons Senior Estates located in the Great Ward 1 community at 2801 14th Street Northwest in Columbia Heights. The Carl F. West Apartments project will construct a new 9-story building on the parking lot of Simmons Senior Estates. The project will offer 179 housing units, all reserved for seniors and affordable at 30%, 50%, and 80% median family income. 36 of the units will be targeted to seniors who are the primary caregivers for their grandchildren. Mr. Chairman, I move the declarations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. We have the 3 declarations before us. Is there discussion? To be clear, the vote will be on PR 24-1110, PR 24-1111, and PR 24-1109. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White,
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che,
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The 3 declarations are approved unanimously. We have the underlying bills, Bill 24-1151, Bill 24-1152, and Bill 24-1150. Councilmember Bonds.
So move. Chairman.
Discussion. Is there any discussion? The resolution declarations were approved unanimously, so I believe we could do the bills by a voice vote. If there is no discussion on the bills, the 3 bills, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I don't see or hear any no votes. Madam Secretary, do you agree?
Agreed, Mr. Chairman.
I believe we're missing somebody online. Madam Secretary? You're on mute.
We are not missing anyone, Mr. Chairman. Oh, no, we are. Councilmember Trayon White is trying to connect.
Councilmember Tran White, did you vote on the measure? The three bills?
Oh, yes, I voted yes, and yep.
All right, Madam Secretary, you're clear. I'm clear. Everybody was here. I didn't hear any no votes. Do you agree?
Agreed, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the 3 bills are approved unanimously. We're on the last page of the agenda. PR 24-1127 Tourism Recovery Tax Emergency Declaration Resolution. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman. This emergency declaration would declare the existence of an emergency with respect to the need to increase the tax rate on certain gross receipts, revenue from which is dedicated to the Washington Convention and Sports Authority for transfer to Destination DC for a specified period to provide support for recovery of tourism in the District of Columbia. As many of you know, the district experienced a 54% loss in visitors, a 54% loss in visitor spending, and loss of 48% of tourism jobs due to the pandemic. Further, convention and visitor bureaus of competitor cities are already implementing intensive recovery marketing programs with budgets significantly higher than the budget of Destination DC. The underlying measure will allow for the expeditious implementation of marketing and promotion programs administered by Destination DC to aid in the recovery of the district's hospitality industry and for the district to remain competitive with its competitor cities and other tourism destinations. With that, I move the declaration. I'm happy to.
There's logistical stuff to take care of, Mr. Pro Tem. All right, we have the declaration before us. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh. Maybe if I don't look up, I won't see anybody. Councilmember Pinto and then Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for moving this bill. I am a huge supporter of the hospitality industry. My professional, educational background in the hospitality industry. I also have a huge interest as the Ward 2 council member, where 66.8% of all of the hotels in our city are in Ward 2. So I know the 80,000 jobs that they provide for district residents and the fueling of our economy and our revenue is so important, not just to the industry, but to the recovery of downtown and to ensuring that we have sufficient funding in our budget to pay for everything else that we need to do. This bill will create a temporary tax on hotels to directly fund marketing to encourage increased tourism in the district and speed the recovery of this important industry that's been lagging since the pandemic. This bill is one of several tools that we have to boost tourism in the district, and I support these efforts. However, with any investment of taxpayer dollars, we should be ensuring that those dollars are used effectively and that we're continuing to evaluate the efficacy of those programs. I think it'll be most useful for our shared goal of encouraging and fueling tourism in the district to make sure that we understand how these marketing dollars are being spent and how we are tracking that efficacy. So I look forward to working with you, Councilmember McDuffie, in the next couple of weeks to think about ensuring reporting to that efficacy is, I've used the word effective too many times here, but effective. And look forward to supporting our hospitality industry moving forward so we can get these targeted investments right. We know that they have worked in other cities with additional spends like in New Orleans and Miami, and looking forward to seeing how this works for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to vote no. I'm going to support it, but I do want to be on the record and sort of expressing the same skepticism about this whole assessment situation that I did when this was first proposed to us at the Mayor Council breakfast. Oftentimes we are told that the room fees and costs in the district are out of whack with the rest of the region. So I just want us to be incredibly clear that it is the hotel associations that are asking for this assessment, that it is not us, it didn't come from us, that they're asking for it. And also I think we all need to be just very much committed to the sunset that is in this, excuse me, and ensuring that the funds are used exactly as they were intended to do so. So I just wanted to be on the record on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Your comments reminded me that I do want to say this. This idea came to us from Destination DC and the hotel and hospitality industry in the city. So this is at their request, and it was emphasized when it was presented to us, and they've made it clear before and since then that they view this as temporary. If anybody is looking at price sensitivity in terms of attracting tourists and business travel, it would be the hospitality industry. So they think that this doesn't damage our competitiveness in the short term, but it raises much needed money to be able to compete better with other domestic markets as well as to attract international travelers. So they've made the case. They have said that in terms of competitive effect that they can live with it. They want this to be temporary and that this could very much help in terms of recovery of our convention and hospitality industry. Anything further on this? The declaration is before us. This is PR 24-1127. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverman votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yep, yes.
Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Che.
Yes.
Councilmember Che votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill so moved. That's Bill 24-1160. Is there discussion on the underlying bill? Since the roll call on the declaration was unanimous, 13-0, I think we can do a voice vote on the bill. On Bill 24-1160, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Are there any opposed? Madam Secretary, I don't see or hear any no votes.
Agreed, Mr. Chairman.
The ayes have it unanimously. We'll go to the temporary legislation. The Tourism Recovery Tax Temporary Amendment Act. This is what we just approved. This would be the temporary version, Bill 24-1161. So moved. Discussion. I think we can do voice vote, Madam Secretary.
I sure would appreciate it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The next item is District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Temporary Amendment Act of 2022. This will conform to the emergency bills that we approved about 8 hours ago. General Counsel, is that clear enough?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
This will include all those amendments. I think we can do a voice vote on this. Madam Secretary?
Have at it, Mr. Chairman.
I know it's very late. All right, all those in favor, this is Bill 24-1145 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, please record me as voting no.
Mr. Chairman, please record me as voting no.
Please record me as voting no.
Chairman, please report me as voting no, please.
Madam Secretary, did you get, I didn't even call for the no votes, but Madam Secretary, did you get that?
Yes, Councilmember Silverman, Pinto, Lewis George, and Trayon White.
I recorded as no, and the others are yes. The temporary is approved on first reading. We are at the point of other business, even if there isn't other business on the agenda. What we're going to do is I would like to say a few words with regard to Councilmember Che. And if other members want to say anything, and then we will step down into the well to see, in order to say kind words about Councilmember Silverman. So I hesitate only because I don't want anybody to run out of the room, since we know of at least one member who not only ran out of the room, but apparently, well, I won't say that. So let me just say this. I will start by saying that, Councilmember Che is the longest serving member of the council currently, other than myself. She's been serving and completing her 4th term. So there is quite a record, legislative record, and a record of accomplishment. I would also note, just because this is a little factoid that I keep in my mind, that Councilmember Che has doubled the average. Her service is double what the average is for council members' service, which speaks to her commitment. And we all know that she has over the years stepped up to important assignments. For the last many years, she has not only worked on transportation issues, but on environment issues. And I actually sort of personally would rather focus on her work on the environment, where she's expanded the renewable portfolio standard, where she showed leadership with regard to the 2018 Energy Act, which people today still say is one of the strongest in the country. Worked hard in a variety of ways to reduce emissions, not only for air quality, but for climate change. We had another measure today that furthers that goal. On air quality, on water, on solid waste, on all of those important environmental issues, Councilmember Che has led the council. Left out trees, I should have written that down, on preserving and increasing our tree canopy. Councilmember Che has led the council on those important issues. There are many other issues, but it's not for me to keep the record of other folks. But it is a long and distinguished legislative career that Councilmember Che has chosen to step away from. I will end with this comment that she is my reason for being. What the heck do I mean by that? Some of us, there are only actually a couple of us who remember that day back in June of 2012. Maybe I could go back a week before that, because Councilmember Che, whom we all know as Councilmember Che, was for a week or two the stand-in chair of the council. Got to enjoy all the pleasures that really only those who are chair know, which is among other things being hit with a million, actually Councilmember Gray knows this too, get hit with 1 million pieces of paper a day that you have to sign. And after you sign them, you get some more. And Madam Secretary, you hearing this? And then after you sign those, you get hit with some more. It was not an easy time for the council, not only because of just challenges to public questioning our integrity, but the instability of going through that transition. And so I remember when you took the vote, Councilmember Che, and then as quickly as you could got up and made me move over to the middle of the days. Thank you very much. That's my feeble efforts to offer some words. It's been a pleasure serving with you, Councilmember Che, and I hope you look forward to your retirement from the council, but we will all remember your service. And with that, if anybody else wants to say, oh, I need to add that we are breaking with tradition in the sense that we're not giving you a bowl because you already got it last week, the Stalker Bowl. And we also broke with tradition in that I think for the first time in 40 or 50 years, candy was put in it. I did not have any say in that, or maybe there wouldn't have been candy put in it. And with that, let me see if any other members want to say anything. Councilmember Allen.
Okay.
We can't let that silence go for too long, Mary. I guess we'll add some comments, although Phil, you took away part of my talking points, but I do think that in addition to all the amazing things that Mary Cheh is able to put her name next to, the shortest tenure of a council chair, I think will be one that is a highlight there for the week in 2012. But Mary, I have enjoyed deeply working with you. And I go back the full 20 years because you and Tommy were elected in the same cycle. So as I came on as Tommy's chief of staff, I got to watch you as a freshman council member. And you were deeply impressive then. And then when I was able to join the council, being able to be your colleague was a lot of fun, challenging, but it's just been something that's been inspiring to watch you work. Frustrating at times when the rare occasions that we disagreed, but you have really left your fingerprints all across the district. And for generations, we will be able to look at the work that you've done and what you've left for the district. And it's something that I know you and your entire team and your staff are incredibly proud of. You've had an incredible array of folks that have worked for you and with you as well. So I look forward to the next iteration. Maybe you will also be coming down to the council and testifying in front of us. I hope so. No, we could subpoena you, and maybe that's a way we could get that to happen. But Mary, all my best and my gratitude, and it has just been a wonderful joy to work with you all these years. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, Mary, I just wanted to remind you of how I met you. I actually trailed along with then Mayor-elect Fenty to meet you over in Ward 3, and all that paper and stuff that was in that office was very intriguing. Then I learned what your occupation was as a professor, and it kind of fit. And through that, I've always admired your thoughtful comments. And it was easy for me to join in frequently whenever you wanted to save the animals. And when you took that approach, I thought, my goodness, this is a person, a very learned individual, someone who knows her stuff, and she also has compassion for those that can't speak for themselves, so to speak, to take care of them. And I just wanted you to know I admire you for that. The second thing I remember distinctly, and I hope that you will carry with you, is the time we tried to organize the Women's Caucus of the council. And we sat over at the JW Marriott, and you schooled us. And I'll tell you, one of the things that Mary said that has stuck with me, she says, well, it doesn't really matter what committee you get, you just do it. He's thrown this at me, thrown that at me, and you just do it. And so I think if we all approach it that way, will be better for the tenure. So thank you very, very much. You are in my memories, and know that, please.
Councilmember Bonds, I wasn't invited to that meeting.
Yeah, you were not
You're a dude.
woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish I was there at that Marriott meeting. Our Women's Caucus got started because we happened to be on an event and somebody called us the Magnificent Seven, which was great. But it has been such an honor working with you and learning from you, frankly, from long before I joined the council. And I just wanted to say, in addition to all of your substantive legislative accomplishments and being such a making the district a leader in the environment and sustainability spaces, I have really respected most about you, your independence. And I think there have been a number of occasions where you are not shy on being the only or one of very few votes for or against something because you believe it's right. And I think that that is a value that will continue to be especially important in the district, and really appreciate your thoroughness in making sure that all of your votes are based in reason and facts and what you believe is right, and for no other reason. So thank you for being such an excellent colleague, and looking forward to seeing you on the other side. That sounded more ominous than I meant it. I meant the other side. The other side of the day is what I meant.
Do I get a
understood.
rebuttal in all of this?
I understood, Councilmember Pinto, I understood that you meant other side of the dais. And as Councilmember Allen noted, that might be by subpoena, but we'll get her here. Councilmember Henderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Mary, I first had the opportunity to see your work as a staffer when I came to work at the council, and was just always impressed by the level of detail and thoroughness, not only of you, but also of the product of your staff, the individuals who you have attracted to your office over the years have been some of the most high caliber talent. And the fact that they were loyal and wanted to work for you because of the policies that you were putting forward. And I think the standard of excellence in terms of the work. And yeah, I'm moving a couple of your bills through the Committee on Education and being just very nervous because of the number of questions you had. Well, did you consider this? And did you consider this? And what about that? And then, later when I decided to run for office, I don't know if I ever said this, but I certainly appreciate that you were willing to stand with me when a lot of others weren't. And not just in sort of name only, but one of the things that sticks out to me in my mind is we were in the Palisades and people would walk by me and go talk to you, and you would stop them and walk them back to talk to me. And I valued that. I appreciate it so much. And so it has been an honor to serve with you. I have loved being on the Transportation and Environment Committee with you. I have learned so much from you in terms of not just the policies there, but around oversight and questioning, but also, again, having a high level of output. That is one you can be proud of. So I have your number and I know where you live, so this is not bad. But thank you so much for your service to the district.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George?
Councilmember Che, I just want to say I have always admired your leadership as a district resident as a DC native. I remember looking at council hearings, and I always thought you were always humorous. I just always thought you were funny. And I appreciate your humor so much so that no one's mentioned this, but we're going to miss Mary's annual budget jokes. They are hilarious. I hope somebody will take on the torch of creating these with some input from Councilmember Che. And also, I know you're going to miss all of us coming to your committee, the freshmen doing 10-minute openings in 30 minutes, but we really appreciate you. We really appreciate you. But no, honestly, though, your legacy as it relates to strong environmental protections, the work you've done to move major legislation around traffic safety in the city, the way you've been a champion for the rights of animals is important. The way you've been a champion for the nutrition and the way we think about food and for our children, the way you've been a champion in education. You have really left an amazing legacy, and we all are so appreciative of that as district residents. So I wish you well in your retirement. And as everyone else said, we can't wait to see you back here testifying on behalf in front of the council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. You know, you remind me, I'd forgotten about the animals. Weren't you guilty, Councilmember Che, of, according to, I think it was Ken Cuccinelli, that you sent all the rats to Virginia or something?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, you would think that an attorney general could read, rats were specifically excluded from that bill. But what it also got me was Rush Limbaugh calling me a babe, and not in a nice way. I don't know if you all remember that one. So yes, there've been very, very, the highlights of my career.
Okay, it's not your turn to speak yet.
Okay.
Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mary, I just want to tell you what a total class act you are. You have been a great friend. You've been somebody that I have been able to work with carefully and closely. And I just want you to know over and over and over again, and I've said it to you in recent days, that you've been a wonderful, wonderful friend to be able to work with. And there's got to be some way we can continue to do this, Mary. And I hope that you will find a way to work with us in some fashion, okay? I know that there will be opportunities that will come, and I hope you will take advantage to recognize how much we care about you and how much we work to be around you, with you, and have watched you over the years do such a splendid job in your work. So again, I'm delighted to be able to call you a friend, delighted to be able to just tell you that you are somebody who I think the world of, and that is just a fact. You will remember, becoming a person who was among a number of those who were, who worked together, all of us, to try to do the best we possibly could to serve the people of the District of Columbia. And you did such a sterling job with that. So I am delighted to be able to call you a friend, Mary Cheh. I'm delighted to call you somebody I know, and we'll look forward to continuing to work with you in whatever ways we possibly can. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for who you are.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Anyone else want to speak? Councilmember Cheh, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. All of these kind words. I have said this before, and I repeat now, that I have considered my election to office to be a great gift that was given to me, and I hope I used it well. And it changes your outlook on things in so many ways. You know how you look at a problem sometimes and you say, I wish I could do something about that. On the council, so many times I would find out about something and I would say, I'm going to do something about that. And in many cases I could. And you all have mentioned a lot of the big things, but there have been many smaller things, many smaller sort of injustices that come your way and that you can fix. For example, I'm thinking of the situation with the firefighters. Many of them, after their service, some years after, would develop certain cancers that were connected to their service, but epidemiologically, it was awfully hard to prove that. And so they wouldn't get compensation for on-the-job harms. Well, they brought this matter to me, and I passed legislation with the help of you all to say that no, in those certain kinds of cancers for firefighters, if they develop them, the government has to prove that they weren't related to their service. That made it fair. I mentioned one of them, but there are many of them. Many of you know about those kinds of smaller injustices that because of this gift that you're given to be on the council, to be in this position, they are problems that you can identify and then you can actually solve them. So I'm very proud, and I think I've used the gift wisely. very proud of the things that I have done, both in the ward and more generally. But I'm going to say this, and you all know this is true too. We can't do these things by ourselves, okay? We have to have the people of our ward or the district in general supporting much of what we do. We have to have our own staffs. We have to have the staff of the council. And then I have to have you, my colleagues. So I want to give you thanks for all of your support. And I know some of the things probably when I first offered them up, you probably said, this is a little wacky, but you know, at least you were open to the ideas. And I remember Muriel, when I used to sit next to her, and she still says it to this day. She said, Mary, can you sometimes give us some legislation that doesn't have to be bound by rubber bands? You know, these big omnibus bills and such. But I got great support from my colleagues, and for that, I'll be forever grateful. And I know I'm not going to get a bowl in front of you today, but as the chairman said, it was delivered to my home. And I'm also grateful for that. And it will have a prominent place in my living room. But I'll eat all the candy, of course. So thank you. Thank all of you for this opportunity to pass legislation and to make things better. And to you, Mr. Chairman, you're right. I handed you the gavel. You used to sit on the end and insist that you would stay there forever. And you may recall this. I said, Mr. Mendelson, you've now been elected chair of the council. You must come forward and sit in this chair, which you then did. So it's been quite a ride. I think it's a good time for me to leave. I remain a full-time law professor and, you know, my first love, really, and I will continue to do that. And again, I'm just very pleased with what I've been able to do, and I've only been able to do it with the support of each and every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, I do think you could have gone on longer with these, you know, celebrations.
No,
but
we had a
anyway.
clock. You had 3 minutes. All right, I'm going to ask if members would step down into the well since Councilmember Silverman is here. So we can do this right, as opposed to this, maybe you got the bowl last week. I heard that. I didn't actually see photographic evidence. So we're going to step down to the well. But there's something at the bottom of this podium you can't look yet because it's a surprise. Well, we don't know until we unwrap it, correct? But I do want to say this. So we are also losing, as we know, Councilmember Silverman at the end of this council period. And I kind of want to begin on a little bit more of an intellectual note. You're standing behind me, so I have to but that's okay. You're welcome to do whatever you want to do. I want to start on a little bit more of an intellectual note, and that is, you know, politics is a funny business. And I like to say that politics, that all of life is politics, right? There's family politics, there's workplace politics. Politics is constant, but we're involved in what I'm going to call professional politics. And it's a little bit different because in this sphere, we fight, we disagree, we agree on the next bill, we get along on the next bill, and we have to learn that we have to work together. That's the nature of our work. And you saw it today where we are, you know, disagreeing on one bill and agreeing on the next one. And we may be aligned on one bill and then it's a different alignment on the next bill. And it's important that we're always remembering that in our business, we have to look to the positive and how we get along. And because the future, you don't know where it's going to be important on the next issue. So I want to look at, I want to state what I think are some really positive things about your service, Councilmember Silverman. I can't think of anybody on the council, I hope I'm not missing somebody, who brings more passion to issues. Somebody on the council who, on issues that are important, just has a lot of commitment. I would say deep commitment. And there's a value to that. You know, we have to remember our North Star on issues. And I would identify that with you. Unafraid to speak truth to power. Fight for what you perceived as the last, the lost, and the least. And I don't want to say that as if it's your reality and not others. I think of the fight that you and I had many times over undocumented workers during the pandemic and what we could do to help them. And you never gave up. And if it was 5 million, you didn't give up. If it was 10 million, you didn't give up. If it was 30 million, you didn't give up. That's a commitment and that's a passion, and it's fighting for those who need more help from the government. And that's exactly the way you saw it. And there's a quality there. Always sincere about these issues. I made a short list here. I mentioned the undocumented workers, the gig workers, universal paid leave, fighting to do more with that. Unemployment insurance. And when the district was struggling to get the the UI payments out, you did yeoman's work to step in and try to do that which DOES was not doing in getting those out. And then coming back and saying, hey, you know, there were folks who got paid way too late, months late, and looking for ways to help them. And these are all qualities. And I just want to emphasize that there was that commitment and that passion. And thank you for that. Thank you for your service. And I wish you the best. And you don't get off as easily as Mary in saying that, well, maybe you're not going to show up. We expect you, but actually you did promise already that you will show up. So I want to thank you for that. I think I'm going to turn to other members and then pull out what is a surprise to me. I don't know what it is, and give that to you. So yes, you can't speak yet. You're not allowed to speak yet. Anybody else want to say anything?
Thank you, Chairman. Alyssa, Councilmember Silverman, I have had such a pleasure working with you. I think it is safe to say we have had a number of issues on which we disagreed or took different votes, but almost everyone, you took the time to initiate so much conversation, seeking to understand where we were both coming from, trying to come up with a compromise, thinking about non-competes, thinking about the Exxon station. And there was always such a commitment to try to get to understanding, even if we were on a different outcome. And most recently, getting to work with you on the DC Housing Authority reforms has been really inspirational. And I think it is so true and so amazing to have watched your career and recently as well, that there are people we hear from all the time on this council that come in to see us, to lobby us, to make phone calls and emails. And that's all an important part of the process. But I have never once doubted that your motivation is pure and who you're fighting for is pure. And I think that's a really amazing thing to see and have learned from. So thank you. Love you. And I guess I'll say too, I'll see you on the other side.
It is not less weird the second time. Okay. Alyssa, I have been so grateful to have you as a counterpart. I feel like we have been such a natural tag team for the past 8 years. Just
has been so amazing because I feel like it's always been, I'll work on an issue until I am beat down and then you'll pick up the ball and run with it. And then we pass it back and forth until we get it done. And I don't know how to do that without you. So sorry, guys. I just want to thank you for always being the one who knows the right thing to do. For always being the one doing dogged oversight, pushing us to make things stronger and better for the people that we serve. And just thank you so much for being a tremendous colleague and friend. And I look forward to whatever you do next, but we will miss you so much.
Alyssa, I had the opportunity to go to Mary's thing in Ward 3, so I was able to say some things to her there. But wanted to take this opportunity. I got to know you, Alyssa, when we ran against each other 8 years ago. You mopped the floor with us. And went on to be an amazingly effective council member, somebody I admire as a person and admire as a member. You are a fierce advocate. When we have been on the opposite sides of issues, I've not enjoyed it. And what I've seen of you as a council member, I've watched you deliberately get better and better. And I've seen how you approach your committee work, how you approach your advocacy. I've seen you work on the craft to get better so that you can better represent the people that you are fighting for. And it's something I've always admired from you. I've taken a page out of your book without you realizing it. And I want to thank you for your service to the city and for, in the time that you spent on the council, making a real difference. That's helping people. Some people won't know you, won't know the work that you did, but their lives benefit because of what you've done. And I'm one of those people who benefited and continue to benefit from what you've done. So thank you for everything you've done, and we will miss you here.
All right, this is gonna be a long line. So Alyssa and I got elected at the same time, but we actually know each other beyond that. And I think it was about 20 years ago or so. I was just a kid over at the DC Primary Care Association, and I had this crazy idea to try to be a delegate to a convention. And then all of a sudden, Loose Lips is calling, and I'm like, shit, there's a reporter calling me. I don't know what to do. Sorry, shoot. There's a reporter calling. And my earliest experiences with Alyssa were somebody who was trying to ask the right questions, trying to find the interesting story and figure out what does it all mean. And watching, having the honor to be able to get sworn at the same time with you, start our journey on this dais together. And then ultimately we became neighbors. We live a block away from each other. That was maybe helpful in the summer of 2020 when we could text each other, just to give each other a quick heads up if we couldn't hear the protest coming, to know it was coming over to our house. But I know you as a neighbor and a friend, somebody who's out there on Halloween giving candy to my kids and getting them excited and making a balloon animal, to the incredible, fierce advocate and voice on this dais. You have an incredibly constant North Star. And it is something that I think we all want to learn from and be inspired by, and try to hold ourselves accountable to that same North Star that you hold on to and guide so well. You have touched so many people. DC residents' lives are better for the 8 years that you spent here. They just are. Our city is better because of the 8 years you spent here. And we are all better for it too. So I know that you're just a block away, so I can come knock on your door anytime, but I'm really grateful for the experience that we've been able to share. And I know there's more to come on the other side, or whatever we want to call it. But thank you so much, Alyssa.
Miss Alyssa, You know, when we began together here at the council, I say we began together here at the council, I saw you as a sister. People don't know that. And the reason being is that we were trying to make a difference together. I remember you as Loose Lips. I also remember when I ran the first time to fill the seat and you ran against me and I was successful. I was thankful, but I also knew that you were competitive. And I want you to know that I appreciate your steadfastness, your tenacity, and I also appreciate that in many instances, when we talked about community and working on behalf of the community, we were talking about the same things. And I know you're going to be fine. I know that the world is the oyster out there for you. You've already told us you'll be down here on a regular basis. Well, you'll be down here. You'll be down here. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from you, because one of the things I appreciate the most about having the opportunity to work with you is your thoughtfulness and your dogged determination that what you see is what you see and you want the rest of us to see it too. And so to that I say, you're an outstanding individual. There is no way we can have this council and not remember you. And most likely remember you fondly, maybe with a little bit of acidity, but we love you as you are. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to serve with you. Wishing you the absolute best.
Thank you. Not gonna cry. Anita told me not to cry, and then Brianne cried. So, Alyssa, it has been an honor to serve on this council with you this year. But before it was an honor to serve on this council with you, it was an honor for me as a DC resident to see the way you have advocated for all district residents. My grandma always says, judge a person about how they care about the least of these. A city is judged, a country is judged. We are judged by how we care about the least of those. And you have always centered the least of those in the work that you have done. I could end this by just the fact that today, December 20th, is the 6th anniversary of the passage of DC Family Paid Medical Leave. I could end this just on that. But past paid family leave, which has made a difference in so many lives of so many district residents and families, it's been more than that. Domestic workers, excluded workers, the fact that you have continued to fight within making sure we have more jobs, summer youth employment, dedicated careers for careers that we needed, like health home aides. It's been the work that you have done with those who have had unemployment. Your staff and you throughout the pandemic, so many people lost their jobs and were waiting on unemployment checks. And every step of the way, you fought for those who were waiting for those checks to come. Your work on this council has been amazing to watch. I remember watching you like as if, you know, some people watch like football and they're screaming. Well, when I used to watch the council hearings, I'd be like, yes, Alyssa, get them, Alyssa. And that's what I'm going to remember, is because you always have been, I think, when we talk about our role as oversight, you have excelled in your oversight role and shown what true oversight looks like, what true accountability looks like. And you've never been afraid to say what needed to be said. So many people have talked about your North Star and what that really means, but you've held true to your values in a way that is amazing, and we are better because of it. I want to thank you for standing with me and supporting me when others didn't. You did, and it made a difference. It made the difference. I want to thank you for the amazing staff you have brought to this Wilson building. Your staff has been incredible. Your committee staff, always talented, amazing, brilliant experts. I want to thank your staff that's here in the room, from Sam to Will to Kelly, who else is here, everybody. Y'all are here. You have done amazing work. You have brought amazing staff to this building. They have made a difference in the lives of district residents, and that has made a true difference. So I am absolutely sad to see you go. I'm thankful for the mentorship, the late night phone calls that I'm able to call you and say, Alyssa, you know, talk to you about what it really means to be in public service and to be a public servant, and the toll that can take on your emotional, mental, physical, and all those healths. And you have been there. So I am thankful. The district residents are thankful, and I love you, and I'm going to miss you, but I'm going to be calling you. So don't worry. This isn't goodbye. This is see you on the phone. Love you.
When you're the last person, everything has been said. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not last. Okay. So Alyssa, again, I had the opportunity to see you work as a staffer first, me as a staffer, and then also having the opportunity to serve with you as a council member. And what I would say about the totality of my observations and my work with you is that you truly embody the understanding that if you want progress, it does not happen overnight. If you want change, it does not happen overnight. And that doesn't mean that you fail. It just means that you keep going. And that the moment that it happens, it's that much sweeter, and that the time is right. So from paid family leave, the first time, right? People think about the original, when we were fighting for that to get that done. And then you making sure that it got implemented in the middle of a pandemic. And I don't think people understand how huge that was. On top of the UI piece, on top of all the other things, the domestic workers bill that didn't happen just this year. We've been talking about this for a while, but we got it right on the right time. And so I want to express appreciation for you never giving up on the things that you have felt are the big things that is important for us to do, and pushing us and continuing to keep up the drumbeat on that work. And it's incumbent upon us to continue on that part of your work here, even though you're not going to be up here with us. And I will also say, I will miss the bagels since Phil doesn't provide breakfast anymore. But, these last, 12 or so months, we have often been the only ones in the building. And so it's been really great to get to know you and run into you and your staff, not just your staff of today, but the staff of the past. You also have had put together an incredible caliber, high caliber team who's been committed to the work. And so I want to say thank you to your service. Thank you to them for their service as well. So thank you.
Let me see if anybody who's online, I'm not quite sure if folks are still there, Councilmember Trayon White or Mary Che, or looks like Councilmember Gray's dropped off. If you want to say anything, I want to note that since there seemed to be a little protest about the bagels and breakfast, yes, thank you, Councilmember Silverman, for feeding us many times. But we can always come back in person, and then we could do the breakfast. I'll buy the first breakfast. I don't see the others. I do want to note, because I thought of this after listening to everyone else. Just as I said that Councilmember Che gave me my beginning, and that June day in 2012, when she made me sit in the middle, you gave me my identity. Since many people know of me as Mendo. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. So we have, I'm not quite sure what we have for you. Let me see. This is from the council to you. And if you want to say anything.
Well, the hour is late, and today's meeting feels like an episode of Survivor, and I just got voted off the island. I don't see that Councilmember Che is online, but it feels like in academic fashion, Mary got emeritus council member. And let me just say, perhaps for the recording, I decided to speak to Councilmember Che because I knew I would have a chance to have the mic. Mary, if you're listening, I enjoyed sitting next to you. I learned so much from you in our somewhat loud conversations that were often chastised by the chair. And your impact, let me echo the sentiments of others, that your impact on making DC a healthier place, a more climate-focused city will impact generations. So thank you, Mary, whether you're listening or not. So the Mendo comment is apt. Who would have thought way back when, Chairman Mendelson, that you would be handing me a crystal bowl after serving as your at-large colleague for 8 years on the DC Council. Life is surprising. And certainly my political career in DC politics was unexpected and in many ways inexplicable. For example, who would have predicted the October surprise of 2014? Mayor for Life, Marion Barry, endorsing me, a candidate whose initial campaign chair was Kathy Patterson. Mind-blowing to many still. So thank you so much to colleagues for your incredible words. That means so much to me. It's been my honor to advocate for those DC residents and local small businesses who can't hire high-priced lobbyists to persuade and sway votes in this building. I know that my oversight, which has been mentioned, particularly of affordable housing programs, ruffled some feathers. But we need a government that's transparent, that's accountable to taxpayers, and that creates economic opportunity for all of us. And that's why I've focused on building career pipelines into our biggest industry sectors, such as healthcare, hospitality, IT, infrastructure. And I ask colleagues, while you're still my colleagues, to keep funding these efforts, to make nursing degrees free at UDC. We need nurses in this city. They are good jobs for our residents, and to expand year-round employment for our young people. You know, it's good in so many ways. Thank you to my colleagues who served on the Labor Committee, which many have praised for its collaboration. I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud, as been mentioned, that at my last legislative meeting, this council passed a bill that will give nearly 10,000 domestic workers in this city a right to an employment contract and dignity in their work. It's also fitting that DCHA's dysfunction was debated today. Since creating a locally funded public housing repair fund, and you remember this, Councilmember Bonds, was one of the first big budget items that my office championed. And I am proud to have worked with many colleagues, past and present, and a wide coalition of residents and small businesses to implement paid family leave. And it's just heartwarming to me to hear of the impact on families in our city and on their workplaces as well, making them more humane workplaces. So I took a lot of punches here and that took a toll. I fully admit Working in my council office was not easy or without conflict and controversy. I'm told some people might have signed up because of that conflict and controversy. Wow. But I am in awe of the people I got to work with in the Silverman Council office, and some of them are here. And if they're watching online, you are such smart people. You're so compassionate. You're so diligent, and you just have such a passion for making this city better. So thank you to my Labor Committee staff, past and those present, Eric Irving, Marcia Huff, Margaret O'Hora, and Liz Weiss, who served as committee director for all 6 years. Thank you to David Connerty-Marin, Kelly Hunt, Maya Brennan, especially for your fabulous work on DC Housing Authority, and Will Singer. I can't believe that you came back to DC and work with me. I especially want to thank 3 people who spent all 8 years with me: Sharnisa Royster, Pat Joseph, and the incredible, magnificent Sam Rosanami. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to colleagues past and present for engaging in spirited debate with me, for collaborating with me, for sometimes telling me I'm wrong on something. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve the residents and businesses of the District of Columbia. It's 8 years I'll never forget. Thank you.
And let the record note, you got a standing ovation. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. That is going to conclude the business of the meeting. The bowl is yours, wherever it is. And there's a box down there. Let me kind of quickly. You want a picture? Okay, well, let's move over here for a group picture. You want me to gavel out first? All right. Step aside, step aside.
Here. Want me to do it for you?
Stop it. You don't need to gavel. The time is 8:21 PM and this legislative meeting of council period 24. Let me just say the next meeting will be council period 25 on January 3rd. That's an organizational meeting, and January 2nd will be the inauguration at the convention center at 10 a.m. Time. We have to be there at 9:30. The public.
The swearing-in ceremony, Mr. Chairman and members, begins at 9:30 sharp on January 2nd, which is a holiday, Monday, January 2nd. On Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock will be the organizational meeting. And on Tuesday afternoon at 12 will be the first legislative meeting for council period 25.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I was going to be late. I guess I'll be there at 9:30. January 3rd is the next meeting. The time is 8:22 in the evening, and this meeting is adjourned.